Okay. Hi. Um. It's weird seeing my face. Like nothing else. Give me a moment. Yeah. Cool. Hi everyone. My name is Eric. I make a video game. It's called GB Rover. Please wishlist it on Steam. It would be like very great. Like especially considering that I probably like I did some stuff on Twitter this week that might end up like burning a few bridges to like potential future publishers for my game, because I was very unhappy with something that a bunch of them did. If you don't know what this is about, it's okay. You don't like. Sometimes it's good not to know what the discourse is. Aside from that, you can also like go on my website mokograd.net. I wrote a blog post. Anyway, what I want to say is like, considering that I did like probably maybe like potentially, let's say potentially pissed off some people who may be like in a position of like providing me with like the funds to make video games and to not have welfare anymore. Please wishlist GB Robo on Steam, and like so that the chance of enough people buying it increases. Which, yeah, is still a hope. I'm not gonna stop with that, but anyway, at least the game's going to be good. I don't know what I'm talking about. This sounds so bleak. Like, there's no need at all to be in any way like pessimistic about anything. Also, like I am in. I wouldn't call it negotiations yet, but let's just say a publisher that ports games to like game consoles is at least interested in porting GB Robo, which is cool. So if things go well, there might be like console versions of GB Robo at some point. But yeah, this is still very much not specific in any shape or form. So it'll take a while still until this is actually going to happen. So, but yeah, it was a nice thing just to know, hey, what I'm doing is good enough that people consider this, because I remember a time like overall not that long ago, like 2 years ago, where I was so completely like exhausted from everything that I thought, yeah, okay, like not like this will like I'll never get to a point again with making video games that are like all of that. And anyway, so that's, for me, it's just like a nice way to see like, hey, some progress has happened. But anyway, let's talk about this game. So what I said on Monday in the development update video thing that I'll do was that I wanted to try and see how it feels if I were to add mini boss fights to at least the 4 major stages, and also extend the length of those. I did that with one stage, and I think I can just like show it. Oh, I didn't load the file, so it'll take a while. I did that with like, again, like just to like see and test and see how it goes. I did that with the stage for Cadence Exaltation, which is kind of like always the testing ground stage for me. Like, it was the first stage that I completed, like in making, like, and there's like all the like stuff that I ended up using in the like game in general, like has been kind of like tried in there, and I was kind of happy with the way it looked and played and all that. So, like, why don't we just, like, play through it just to see, like, what this is. And if you, like, seen, like, playthroughs of this game, or maybe had access to the game in some way. I mean, there are folks who had or have access to the game. So some of you might know the, like, stage layout and all that. And so basically what I did was I cut off like the last third of the like previous stage and like extended like or like and put like a larger segment into it. I can show it like with the stage that I'm going to build today, or like that I already started building, but that I'm hopefully going to finish on stream today. What I mean by that, because it's more like even more like even more apparent. Let me quickly make this switch off the background music. Also go into full screen. That's the sound menu. Okay. Nope. Continue the game. Go in here. And so the first part of the level will look the same. Also, I really need to pause the stream preview, like on my Twitch dashboard. Otherwise, I'll just go completely off the rails mentally, because I keep seeing myself like wiggle around all the time. So yeah, the first part of the stage is the same, because I was thinking like about a way to do this without having to like redo like the whole stage, because that's quite a lot of work. And like even if I were to use the like template that I used to like initially make this stage, it would still be a lot of work, because like in the process of building these stages I did make some adjustments that aren't reflected in the template, so I would have to like redo those parts as well, and it would just be a giant mess. So what I did instead was, so like after this vertical section, like this would have been like in the previous version of this level, this would have been basically the halfway mark, and the checkpoint would be here, like the midway checkpoint of the level would be here. What I did is like I basically took this checkpoint, and like after this section, and you'll see it in just a bit, you will see how like there used to be a ladder here, and this ladder is gone now. So, and like now we are entering the new part of the stage, and this is the mini boss fight. Again, there will be like 4 more of those. I'm not very good at this right now. Thankfully it doesn't have a lot of HP. And what you also maybe notice is that it's like the same, like again, like the I call him the Mega Cop sitting inside like some kind of vehicle. By the way, you can skip these fights. Like I was like, this was at first just like not really an oversight, but me like not wanting to deal with, okay, the store has to be closed until you defeated the mini boss and then can move on. But then I realized, wait a second, what if and we're basically at a checkpoint now, by the way. And I was thinking, what if I, instead of having a like requiring you to do the mini boss, have it so that you theoretically can skip those and just like walk past them. Also, like, this section is much harder. I'm going to just to finish this, and then I'll talk about that section. So my idea was, what if I were to like make the mini boss fight skippable, and instead of like, and have it so that if you fight all 4 of those and obviously defeat them, there will be an additional fight before you start the extra stages, where you'll get another like bonus weapon that I haven't built yet. I have an idea, and I'm really glad that I can now put it in there. But yeah, I'll just want to like have my OBS setup up just in case. Like, my internet was a bit weird this morning, so I have to take a look. I'll like keep an eye on the frame dropping and all that. Anyway, so that was the idea, like to have like the boss fight skippable, but rewarding you if you do those. And also like I'm fairly certain most people will end up doing those, because most people won't just like walk past the boss and like through the door. So I kind of like the idea to have it this way, to like, okay, you can skip those, but if you don't skip them, you'll get an additional fight and another weapon, which I again like the idea overall, and I have like a good idea for like how to basically frame the fight that you'll do and all that. Like I'm really looking forward towards building this. But anyway, so as I said, like I'm like, one thing why I really wanted to increase the length of the stages is because previously I felt like I didn't really had enough space to really push the each stage's like main platforming gimmick to some degree, and this way I have more space, and I use it in such a way that I do, or that there is like more stuff happening, and you're like required to like do a bit more like difficult things. Like the jumps themselves aren't that much difficult. It's more like you'll have to deal with more stuff on your way there. There was this section right at the beginning. Why don't we just die, and I'll show it again, so that you can see what I mean. Kind of like as a way to like demonstrate, like, okay, now that like this is like basically a like third more difficult section is something I wanted to add to this, just to be sure. And like this took me a while to make it not completely unfair, and I messed up because I like for some reason the dash wasn't registered when I should have been registered. But yeah, but again, I managed to get past this point without getting hit, so I'm like in a point where I say, okay, yeah, now it's fine, because like there's a setup that you can do like that is reliable for you to like get this done and all that. And it's kind of tricky because you have to like figure out, okay, when do I take the time to shoot at this turret, and when is it better to not do it? Like, because you always have to jump up, and when you jump, the platform beneath you disappears. So you kind of have to like be a bit like mindful about that. This section is really hard, I think, or like fairly hard. Like it took me a while to really like get a grip on that, like myself. But what I think makes it kind of okay is the fact that it's basically the first thing after the checkpoint. So should you die, you're very quickly at this part again, so you'll get a lot of like attempts, or like quick attempts to get past this. So I think it should be okay, like in terms of like frustration level. Obviously the problem then is that should you die afterwards, you have to do this part again. So that's kind of like a point of potential frustration, but oh well. But after this part, the rest of the stage is kind of like straightforward. Like I just want, like I put more of these enemies there because I barely used them like before, and I think they're like kind of interesting. And again, having like a bit more like space to use enemies that I haven't really used that much before. And it's also like kind of like a nice mirroring between this screen and the basically first horizontal sequence, but just a tiny bit like more difficult because you have a bit less space to do stuff. And that's the stage itself. Like I did do a run through of each stage before I started working on the extensions, and this stage took, like, without the boss fight, just getting to the boss took me around like 1 minute and 40 seconds. I have to look again, but I think now it's like around 3 minutes. And this is like me like being like fairly like good at the game. So like there's like I didn't die on my way there, like, and all that. I didn't get hit that much. I can move through the stage with like a good amount of confidence, so I don't like stop a lot of the time. So you can see that like probably And like, from what I've heard, like, sure, my data set is very limited, but roughly, like, a new player takes about 4 times as long as I do when I get through the game. So if you like think about it that way, we have a stage, or we have like stage that was taking around 2 minutes. Let's just say, like, previously for me would take someone on their first attempt maybe around 8 minutes, and now it's around 12 minutes. So and again, it's like maybe not that much, but considering that it like there's like more stages like these, and like basically each of them taking 4 minutes longer, and this way the game, like, the playtime gets a bit longer, and also like I think overall the stages feel more interesting, because previously, that was at least my impression, is like it just like stopped too soon for me to like, where I think, okay, yeah, this is like basically 2/3 of like a concept, and you stop like before the last part of it, and that's kind of unfortunate. And like this way I do have the space. This makes the things like partially fairly unwieldy, but it's okay. So let's talk about what we'll do today and how I set this up. So let's go to the original version of this stage. So this is like what I call the clockwork pits, or like vintage perspectives level, and this is the version that's currently in the game, where you have like basically 3 horizontal sections, and it goes down like in between those. You have these, as a stage gimmick, have these pipes that drop ice blocks into lava, and like it like floats around the lava, and you have to jump on them, but the ice blocks melt, and which is kind of like, it's not really like an element of danger so far. It's more like a pressure element, because you can't just stand on them, basically. But the problem again is I introduce those here. Then I'll do something with them here. And there's like a 3rd section down here towards the end of the stage, but it's completely optional, because there's like a branch in the path here. You can take an upper road, or an upper path, or a lower path. Like falling down from here is sometimes very, very dangerous, because you can like fall down straight into a pit to some degree. There's like some wiggle room like to save yourself, but it's a bit woof. But you have like then these 2 sections again with like ice blocks, but they don't do much. Like really, like the problem really here is that these, like, because I really wanted to use these enemies, like, and they're like very close to the ceiling, you just end up like colliding with them, and it's like not a good time overall. And like I'm not doing a lot with these things, because again I was running out of space towards the end, because the boss fight is here already. So what I did again, and you can see it here kind of, so this is the stage template for the clockwork pit that I adjusted. So we got to this part here. So this part here is this over here. And you can see, like, this is where your checkpoint is. Like, when you get past this point and you die, this is where you respawn. And then it goes down here and does all of this. So what I did instead was, again, I like deleted all of this, extended the platform over here, put the mini boss fight over here, and then like it extends further. I also like created 2 new enemies, like that you can see here, and this is like a very long, like very extended like section with ice blocks and like enemies that kind of pressure you a little bit. I really have to see how this works, because like this could very well be like incredibly unfair and like not very fun to do. So I kind of have to like see what enemies could be interesting to use in this context. I also have I just got a different idea of what could be interesting, but I'll have to see. So you have these, and then like it goes down here, and then I run out of space on this canvas basically, and then like it continues here, like with a sequence of those. And then I have like actually like a part where I use these enemies like at different contexts, but in a way where they're not incredibly annoying to deal with, but like more in a controlled manner. I actually have you go up a tiny bit again. And then you have this section where I kind of run out of ideas. Actually, again, this is one thing where I have to think, okay, what do I want? Do I really want to do this, or does it feel strange? And this here basically is just like the final section of the old stage, but like much, much later. And the reason why I did that is because I kind of like the idea of this. It just doesn't work basically as okay, this is the third variation, or like the third escalation of the stage gimmick that you've introduced. So, but like in this context, it works more. I'm also using different enemies down here to make it like these make much more sense than the like turrets that were like running around on the ceiling. And yeah, so that's that. And that's what we'll build. I'll have to like, and again, we'll probably have to do some major adjustments over time just to see how well it works, but that's the overall idea. So, and what I did like this morning before I started making bread was I kind of like just like build out the basic structure. I haven't put down any floors yet, but like basically the framework like to like have this continue this way exists. I also created I basically duplicated this room. So again, just in case I decide, oh no, I kind of want to use the shorter stages, or like for example, for the Steam Next Fest, when I have to do a demo, I might be using these shorter stages instead of the longer ones. Just like to give people a bit more variety of stages to play, because like there's like two ways of doing this. I have like fewer stages that are longer for them to play, or I have like more stages that are shorter for them to play, that they can just choose and like take a look at them. And this way they still get an impression, but they don't basically play through the whole thing. Because again, even with these stage extensions, GB Robo is a fairly short game. Like, and I kind of have to like find a good balance between showing the game and also like making sure that people are still excited enough to actually buy it. Like there's no point in, okay, here's basically half of the game, you can play it, and well, you've seen half of it. Like this is like kind of a problem. Anyway, so this is like this, which is why these are still around and I'm not touching them, so I can still like swap them in or out or whatever. I could even put an option in there and say, yeah, okay, you want to play shorter stages? Here, put in this option and you'll play through shorter stages. Might actually be a good idea, come to think of it. This sounds like something that could be kind of useful. Actually, this is why I like doing these streams, because I kind of like get these ideas that I might not have otherwise, because I wouldn't like talk to myself in this way and like trying to explain things and then realize, wait a second, I could do that. That like, again, these things exist. All I'd have to do is basically like change a flag to which room you're getting like transferred. The rest is still in place. Like, the rest would still like perfectly work. Like the boss fights would still perfectly work and all that. Anyway, so we have that, and now we have this. The mini boss I did yesterday. Again, like the theme is, what if you were like to keep fighting the Mega Cob over and over again, because like he keeps coming back, and so now he'll like in the Kane's Exaltations level was like in a UFO. Here he is basically in a flying trash can, and yeah, that's how it goes. Like, like I think one of the mini bosses is just called the murder clam. You can guess in which level it appears, but anyway. Okay, good. Let's build levels and stop ramble. Oh, I mean, we can still keep rambling all the time, right? So yeah, so as always, first thing is to just make sure that like everything has like floors and all that, so that you don't fall down. I can, because the ice floor is actually a floor. Can do this. Let's do it this way. And this. Oh yeah, anyway, I was like really excited about this once I realized, hey, I can actually do this, and this might actually be like a really good idea, because like the like stage I did like earlier this week, like it feels so much more like complete this way, and it's really nice. So yeah, that's kind of the idea behind it. And also, like, one thing I realized, like, I did like a plan on like how long this will take me, and this is like one of these things again where like I'm already seeing that, yeah, I'll probably like, I mean, there can always be like something that like comes like that disrupts stuff, but like just like if nothing comes up that like kind of like requires my immediate attention, and if I can keep like working the way on this like I did like this week, I'm probably going to be done with the level extensions by the end of next week. Because like this is like already like I want to do it for like the 4 major stages. I might end up doing this for all stages, especially if I'm going to put in a thing that says, okay, use these shorter stages. I might just not have mini boss fights for the final stage parts, and maybe don't make them as much longer, because I also don't want to exhaust people. That's always like a danger as well, that you like keep adding stuff because you feel like your game isn't big enough, and that it might end up like exhausting folks. It's like something like the reason why I'm like mindful of that is because that's something that happens a lot with me, like in games, like especially platformers, where I think yeah, that's a good mixture of like different challenge and all that, and then like the game just keeps adding more and more, and I'm just like not very into that. So I kind of want to try and make sure that I don't do this as well, because I personally don't like it, and I really don't want to like do stuff that makes like the reason why I'm making these games is also like because I feel like most platformers or like the games like that I know don't do it like in that way, and I like it gives me an opportunity to like kind of like make something that doesn't frustrate me when I'm playing it. To some degree, so I don't really want to like do it as well. But again, have to see. But considering that I wanted to get this done until like the first week of September, I should be good. Again, like I should be like have everything done by the end of this the week. Like the 4 stages, and then I can think about, okay, what am I doing with the other stages? How am I extending them? Do I even want to extend them? And all that. But yeah, that's a thing that we can talk about later. And again, like it really also depends on like, okay, how much time do I actually have? What like other stuff may come up that needs my attention and all that. I've also been thinking about maybe like, again, because there's like still a bunch of time left, maybe just take a week and redo all of the game's sound effects. Again, if I have the time, I'll end up doing it probably. I'll have to see like what, again, and this is also something I talked about on Monday. What are the, I think, or like maybe in the previous stream, what are the things that I can add to this game that will make, like with the time that I have, will make a significant difference overall. Like, and like just do those things. And I think that's like a very important part, or like just to have this in mind and like build like things around these premises and like these principles, like to think about, okay, what can I do, like, and it, like, again, this is always like, I don't like thinking about like this stuff this way, but it, like there is some merit to this, like thinking about this in a way of like, okay, what can I do that will make people who end up playing it be like either really impressed or really excited about it. Like how can I manage this? And what are like of these things that are still missing? What are things that might end up like getting people to that point where they think, oh wait a second, this is like actually really good and interesting to play. And I think like changing some like redoing the sound effects and making sure that like they're like very well balanced and all that, and still like communicate like the like, or like even being able, like the thing is like I spend a lot of time making sure that like the explosions have the right amount of like weight to them, that your animations are like that like I spend even more time like trying to like fiddling around with the with a dash and like added another graphical effect to it that I ended up like scrapping because it didn't do like much of it. Like it made it slightly worse and more like visually confusing. But I spent so much time like working on this stuff like on a visual front and like also like on a, I guess like scripting front, like trying to make sure that the timing is right and that the numbers kind of like that this all like adjusts itself or like works well enough. And then I don't do this at all with like sound effects and just keep reusing the same sound effects that I did like 5 years ago, over 5 years ago. I mean, not all of them, but a lot of them. And I think, again, I can probably do this better than I did. And this is just more like a thing of like, okay, sit down and like try to figure out what you need to do to like make them look like sound nicer and sound more interesting, and then like build around that. And I think there's like a lot of space that it can still like push this game like towards like basically like better like presentation, like better presentation wise on that end, and I'll just try my best to get it there. Same as like if I have the time, maybe rework one or two of the game's like minor like tracks to fit a bit better. It's actually mostly one. Like I might, like again, if I have the time, might do a different track that plays when you like finish the stage. Might actually also like rework the whole like screen that comes up then. Like not as much the background, but more like the way the text is displayed and all that. But yeah, that's like on the list of things. And that's kind of also like the problem, right? You think you have like, and that's a big thing, right? You have this giant list of things that you could be doing, and it looks like you have a lot of time, but that's the problem. Everything you do takes up time, and you might end up, and if you're like not careful enough and get too much into the weeds about, ooh, these are like all, I want to do, like, I'm going to do all of these small things and like plan everything out, and then you'll So, and then suddenly it's 3 days before you have to like release the game, and you haven't really sat down and wrote like a template email for the press outreach or whatever. I haven't done any of that at all, or didn't do like a good like demo preparation and all that. And that's kind of a problem. Also, like since I started like doing more work on the game itself again, like I haven't really, like, I really need to sit down and record a bunch more like footage again, like to create GIFs with, and like do more like focused like promotional like posts, because this like this stuff is important. Like having like trying to push this stuff is like very important, but like I'm at a point where like the GIFs that I made back in early June are like showing a game that's to some degree outdated, so I kind of have to like redo those, but for that I have to like take at least 2 to 3 hours to record footage, look through it, what kind of like parts I want to use, and then like recut the GIFs and all that, and like rebuild them. And it's like, okay, yeah, that takes time, and you have to take time out of that, but that's also time that you can spend on like, say, building a mini boss fight or like some other stuff. So you have to like understand that like in the end you only have so much hours until the game comes out, and you have to like be smart about like how you're using those, which is kind of a problem to some degree, at least with ADHD and the so-called time blindness that comes with it. Because like, what is time really? Like I only really realize that time has passed when something is like very much right in front of me. Like, sure, the game's coming out in October, but oh my god, this is October. That's over 2 months away. Like, what is that? Like, this is like the far future. Who knows? Maybe I have flying cars by then. Like, we shouldn't have, because cars are like awful, and maybe we are flying a flying public transport system then. And I don't mean airplanes with that. Like basically it's as far away as like any other kind of like future concept, and like things will probably get much more stressful around like in like, I don't know, late September, maybe or like I have to like prepare like stuff for the Steam Next Fest, which will be like I have to finish the preparation soon and all that. And like this is why I made like my whole like scheduling thing that I did like last week, before I like sat down and make this, like to make sure, okay, this is how long you're calculating this will take. You won't take much more time than that, and all that. And yeah, but it's still like a thing where you like in the moment you catch yourself thinking, oh, I do have enough time to like do this thing. I should be doing this thing, and completely disregard like whatever it was that you planned before, because that's like not like very present in your mind. Sure, you did that planning, but that was last week, and it's not now. And in the meantime, I went on several walks and like got very good ideas during my walks, and like think, oh, I should be probably doing more of those instead. I'm going to like want to test something here, and like basically don't like do these like low-hanging ceilings, because again, these are like kind of rough to navigate. I have to see how it looks basically as well. And also not that when you fall down and you like move to the side that you're kind of getting pushed inside a wall, because that's also dangerous. Because when you're like in a screen transition, your collision is deactivated, so you could end up like being stuck in a wall if I'm not careful. So yeah, I have to be very, 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 very considerate of that. Anyway, so we're almost done placing stuff down, and then I'll have to like do a run through of that, and then like very slowly putting down all the enemies, do a run through of that, then like put down the mini boss, do a run through of that, and then we can do the graphics. I have like, I don't know, what's the time? Like in like about an hour and 20 minutes, I have to go and preheat my oven because I am making bread right now. And yeah, it's currently like doing its secondary fermentation. Like it's sitting in a basket, fermenting and like getting nice and big and good. I hope at least. We'll have to see. And so that's something that like is going on, and like this is like also like was one of the reasons why I didn't like start streaming like this morning, because I was like while preparing the dough I had to like get up and into the kitchen once every 30 minutes to like stretch and fold the dough for like 3.5 hours, so like 7 times. And yeah, it like took a while, like, and I didn't want to like start streaming and then end up like having to like get up and stop like whatever it was that I was doing for like 3 hours, like for every 30 minutes or so. So yeah, that's like one of the reasons. Ugh. I have to be really careful not to rotate these floors because the game does not like that. Like there is like code in there for like slopes, but I'm not using it, so it basically like registers like a collision with the wall, even if it's just 1 pixel off the ground and you stop. So I have to be careful of that stuff. Now I'll do this. Okay. Oh, almost forgot to put the floor down here. Oh yeah, didn't I say no ceiling? I mean, there's always a ceiling because there's like a barrier up here, but you know, not like something that's much lower than that. Oh yeah, I also need to build this. Because this part is important, because this is where the like one upgrade sits. Also, I need this to be this. Yeah. Okay, this looks almost fine. Still need to place this thing. Okay. Then I need to place this thing. Ooh, I also need to place ladders here. Otherwise you can't climb up, which would be kind of weird. This should probably be 1 higher. Pretty sure that this enemy is like completely misplaced. We'll have to see. Okay. Lettuce. All words that you could use. There they are. Okay. Oh yeah, I also need to place these things down. And this is like, could be one of the first things where I have to make adjustments, because I don't really know how long these things can travel. I have to like basically like figure this stuff out as I'll as I'll play through it. I place it a bit closer to here. Yeah. Okay. Let's switch this off. Something. Sorry, I accidentally clicked on Twitter. My apologies. Let's start this. Also, don't worry about the game partially looking weird. That's to be expected, since I deactivated the backgrounds and all that. And also that's another part of like me extending the existing stages instead of like completely rebuilding them, like if I can't avoid it, because this way I can at least make sure that like no I don't have to, let's say this way I don't have to like rebuild this stuff, like redo all the backgrounds and all that kind of stuff, because that's usually what takes like the most time in the end, and I'd much rather not spend my time like redoing work that I already did unless I really have to. So this way I only have to redo it like in parts, and the rest is like just like new work, which is like much more preferable. Still think like the problem really, like to some degree I would really like to add ice physics to these floating blocks, but then they would be like really unfair. So now we are in the new part, and now it might get interesting. Okay, yeah, it like just falls through the ground, which is like the first. Oh yeah, I think I know why. Yeah, no, yeah, sure. Like, of course it falls through the ground. Like, what was I thinking, really? This needs a floor. Perfect. I mean, yeah, I guess this also needs a floor, otherwise you just like fall out of a stage if you're like not careful and get knocked down. Like, this is friends. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, almost made a mistake here. Almost forgot something. Ha, cool. I could also just like put these down already. These are the floors for the when you deactivate stage hazards that like stay in the game. Like otherwise, like when stage hazards are active, they are like they get removed like the moment you start the level. So, which makes this like look a bit strange, I have to admit, but it's okay. I know that there's lava somewhere here. I'll get this. I'll survive, I hope. Also, what I really like is how this stage, like this part of the stage still exists. Made me think about like having this like, again, like somehow like as a branching path. Like, okay, where it's like, okay, you could do a longer stage or you could do the shorter stage, but then like, why? Like, why do it this way instead of like, again, like just giving an option? I think giving an option and then accessing the shorter stage this way is a bit more interesting, because this way I would have to like kind of frame the extended stage, like what happens there and like what you get out of it, I guess, like narratively to some degree, and I don't have an idea for that, because I also don't really want to push like the, oh, you have to do the hard stuff or otherwise it doesn't count shit, So like, yeah. Oh yeah, I think one thing I did this week with the dash, like one thing that I haven't talked about, is I added a screen shake when you like start dashing. This is something I stole from Celeste. Again, like I took a lot of stuff from Celeste. I did not take the you're accelerating and then slowing down thing from Celeste from a dash, because like the air dash in Celeste doesn't do that, or at least I'm fairly certain that it doesn't do that. But I did like add the screen shake because like I'll take any opportunity to add screen shake to any of my games, really. So, but I did like add like a very like minor screen shake to it, like it's like a quarter of the strength of the usual like larger ones, because the big screen shake felt a bit too harsh for that. So let's see. This is probably too long. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was thinking, yeah, this might be too long because like this is almost the, yeah, this like only travels like one screen. So I guess I have to put this, let's put it here so that you're like getting really close towards the edge. And this is like completely impossible. So we are here. Let's put it here. Oh god, this, then I have to like place these enemies differently then. And then let's put another one here. So yeah, this is, I think, a better thing. I may like actually also reduce the number of enemies you have to fight on these blocks, and just maybe have you fight one, but the state in which the block is in is worse, so you have less time to react to them. Again, like there are several ways you can increase difficulty. It's not always like, okay, like more enemies. You could also have the like environment different and like stay the same and like increase the number of enemies. Or you can like change the environment and keep the enemies the same. Basically when you're like building a chain like that. One thing, oh yeah, like I don't think this is also like something I talked about. Because of the way the dash works now, the roll, like the way the roll works has also changed. So previously, when you started like when you dash and you press down and jump while you're dashing and you're in the air, you like do you quickly drop down and like enter a rolling state. And previously, the roll just like took your like dash speed and transferred it over into your rolling speed. And because the dash speed was constant, it was always the same speed no matter when you initiated the roll. But if you remember last week, I changed it so that you start much faster, like when you're dashing. Your like initial like speed is incredibly high and then slows down fairly rapidly and is actually slower than your dashing speed, like your like constant dashing speed was at the end. This meant that the roll was kind of like a bit underwhelming when you like did it like fairly late in the dash thing. So what I did, and like you were like incredibly fast otherwise. Okay. Good, the checkpoint works. I have to see, like, this might still be a bit too far away. Okay, this is too far away. This is definitely too far away. Okay, yeah, so this needs to be closer. This needs to be closer because I kind of want to like reduce the like difficulty here. So I'll do one of those here. And this, I think like this should be enough. Let's move this over here. Yeah. So this is like, these are one screen apart. This is one screen and 32 pixels apart. This is one screen and one screen and another 30. Let's do 16 pixels. One screen, 16 pixels. One screen. So this would be one screen apart, 16 pixels, 32 pixels apart. Yeah, and then we'll do this. This is one screen apart again, and this is less than one screen apart. Yeah, okay. Much less than one screen apart. Let's do it here. This should work a bit better. And this isn't even like adding enemies to that. So we'll have to see. What was I talking about? Enemy placement? No. Oh yeah, dash and like rolling speed. So so you were like very slow, like when you initiated the roll, or fairly slow when you initiated your roll, like at the end of your dash, and you were like fairly fast, like really fast. Because again, like with the roll, it's like your speed is like kept like the same, but you because of a weird of a thing that I did. How do I explain it? So, yeah. So this game has like what like is commonly or usually like sometimes referred to as coyote time, which means you can still jump when you walk off a platform. This is like, it's fairly generous in this game actually. You can see it like you're like almost like a second in the air before you fall down, or maybe not a second, but like fairly long. What also happens when you jump while after you've walked off a platform and you're still in this coyote time state, you also get a very a small speed boost for a short while if you're like not rolling. If you're doing that while rolling, several things happen. First of all, in the air your like roll timer does not decrease, so you can you keep maintaining that rolling speed while you're in the air. And if you're like when you and I think it's also like when you're like jump out, no, you can still jump in. Yeah, when you jump when you're like on the ground and you're rolling, your roll gets interrupted. But if you jump and if you roll off a ledge and then jump, not only do you get a speed boost, but you maintain your roll, which means your speed gets increased and you roll further. And now think about like, okay, and usually you started with 4 pixels per frame, and I think with each like ledge that you skipped, you get like, I think like 1 or 2 pixels per frame, which still made you like really fast, and you could like skip whole screens this way. Like, I think you can do it in this screen. I think I did it once or twice. Okay, let's. Not fully, but you can see like I almost bridged this whole lava pit in one go. I mean, and this is like, this was all already possible with the previous settings, but with the with the way I set it up, like after I changed the dash but like kept the roll the same, it was if you did that, like if you mistimed or like initiated your roll too late, you ended up like being fairly slow. And if you like did it very early, you ended up being ridiculously fast, like incredibly fast. Like imagine like you're moving at the beginning of your dash, you're moving at 9 pixels per frame. If you time it correctly, you can roughly move at 9 pixels per frame for like a very large amount of time. If you like jump, like if you manage to get off the ground, and you also get a speed boost when you jump. So you move at 9 pixels per frame, get like a 1 to 2 pixels per frame speed boost, move at like you basically move at like 10 to 11 times the speed you usually do, or like more like 5 or 6 times the speed, because like the normal speed is 2 pixels per frame. But yeah, it's a lot, or it was a lot. And I didn't like, but what I did like about this was because it now had more like about a, like it now felt more like you had momentum that you could maintain if you like timed your inputs correctly, and I kind of like that idea. Again, like finding like analog control over like what you're doing. So yeah, this kind of works now. So I did like that idea, but I didn't like the like degree of separation between you timing it very early and you timing it very late, because that like was like very, very high. So what I did instead was like kind of like reduce the extremes to some degree. So you're still much faster when you like initiate a dash earlier, but it like you don't get that slow like when you like initiate it late. So there's still like a degree of like where you basically can conserve your momentum if you like do it early instead of late, and there's like a difference, and there's something where I'm pretty sure that if you were to push it to extremes, like where like timing your dash correctly would make it fairly big difference, but it's not to such a degree that like okay, this is the difference between like basically moving at your walking speed but slowly rolling on the ground, and you just like careening through the stage. I'm going to go like down here because I really need to see if like everything works. This is going to be the toughest part to set up. But this works much, much nicer now that there are no ceilings. I can tell you that much. Okay, yeah, the game crashed there, which isn't very good, but I'm pretty sure I can fix this. Oh, I can see why. Level stuff. We need one of those. Wrong layer. Okay, good. So this all roughly works. Now what we have to do, oh yeah, also something I forgot. Do I want to, what's the time? Oh yeah, you know what? I'm going to take a break now because it's roughly been an hour. So, and I kind of, I don't want to end up like where like accidentally stream for too long and then I have like I'm getting tired or whatever. So I'll take a 5 to 10 minute break and all that, and I'll see you in a bit, I guess, once I've switched everything over. This. Okay. Good. Forgot that I like saved a playlist for the soundtrack for the like Sega Mega Drive game, 1994 Sega Mega Drive game, Red Zone. Was it? Yeah, Red Zone, which was like composed by Jasper Kidd, who did the soundtrack for all Hitman games, I think. You might recognize the like fifth track as being eerily similar to the, I guess, main theme for Hitman Blood Money, which was very, very interesting to hear. Like, I mean, it makes sense, like, given that it's the same composer and all that, and like he seemed to really like that that specific motif. But anyway, let's. There was something I wanted. Oh yeah, not in bosses, in mini bosses. Gear Corp. Let's just duplicate this thing. Go here. Change the sprite. And also the boss that spawns. And then we'll go in here and let's place down some enemies. Oh yeah, these need these. Okay. Now this. I think what I'm going to do here is, again, like, because I really don't want to push the amount of enemies too far, and more build it in such a way. Maybe you'll have to deal with 2 here, maybe. I have to also be careful to not place them in such a way that you just bounce into them. We'll have one of those here again, and one here. You know what? No. You'll get one of those here. I kind of don't want to overuse. This is already a very long sequence with just 2 different enemies, and I kind of don't want to overdo it. It's not that big of a problem if the enemy, the total amount of enemies isn't that high of different enemies, but I still have to make sure that the variation in between each challenge is different enough, and that they very quickly enough so that it's still sort of interesting. By the way, if this sequence is too messy, I'll probably end up putting a lot, like a bunch of like either these on like platforms or these somewhere, kind of like as a way of like where you can't really reach them and just have to dodge their attacks while you're basically standing on a singular ice block. It's at least the idea. I'll have to see how it goes. You know what? I'm going to remove this one. This might be a bit too much. Also, I'm a bit afraid that this platform might be too short for it to like actually like work nicely. Oh yeah, for this up here, I'm going to like take a closer look at like where like these were. Because I like vaguely recall the placement being a bit different. I think this was a like general garbage. Okay, let's remove the backgrounds for a bit, just so like I can see better. Okay, I'll do it this way and this. This. Okay, good. I think this is fine. I mean, it might help that I'm at like critical health. Why isn't there an enemy here? Kind of. Why isn't an enemy here? Oh, yeah, okay, I forgot to do something here. Oopsie. Also, if you're wondering why there's no floor down here, it's because like the ice floor is invisible, which will make this jump nearly impossible. Oh god, this is basically playing in a hard mode. Like, ugh. What? I'm like, I did a big mistake here. Like a very big mistake. Yeah. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. I have to do this all over again. So I was wondering why are they shooting? Because I put down the enemy objects, not the spawners. So there's like a difference. I also forgot. I think I forgot. Yeah. So let's duplicate this. I need to like create 2 more spawners like before we do anything else. Let's go back to music. Because like the spawners are there to make sure that enemies only exist when like you are like near them. Otherwise they just don't, like, it's just an empty object that doesn't do anything. Just to make things, again, to control when enemies do something and when they are not doing something. And the reason why, like, there were several reasons why some of this was messed up on my way down there. But one of them was like enemies like starting to move and do stuff when they were not supposed to. Also, like, for now I need to make this visible, or otherwise I'll just like lose my mind. Okay, good. So let's go back to here. Instances. Remove this and set one of these down. Also, the reasons why all of these fell down here was because these things will like not push it. Like, I need these, otherwise they don't know where like a part is, like where they can't go. So, and then they'll fall down a hole, for example. Didn't want to put one down there. So these first and then... Okay, let's try this again. Okay, this needs to be a bit different. Okay, there's like still two of them around, and there should be one. Blah, 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 blah. That was my mistake. But what I do like about like these enemies is they all move the same. So like they all move a bit down and then to the left, and then they start shooting. So it's like fairly reliable, like where they are and what they do. I also need to make it a bit clearer. Why are they gone again? At least they're not down there. Like, are you stuck in a wall? Gonna do with that later. Or did I forget to place them down? Might as well this be this. Okay, this needs to be higher, needs to be higher, needs to be further back to the right. These are always kind of tricky to do. There's like so much that way I can like place them in such a way that they'll just like fly into your face. This needs to be a bit higher so that it might hit you in the face when you're not careful. Oh yeah, I also like want to see what happens when you fall down. Like, and now we'll have to go, you know what, no, let's, there was like some stuff that I can adjust in the meantime. Yeah, I never put down the enemies here. Where are they? Well, you never placed them. Okay, so we have this. You need to go somewhere else. Maybe up here. Just that you maybe not end up in like a weird pit. Yeah, you go away. Put you here. Now, this thing here, like what? Like this has to be. Let's do it here. Maybe say like further up. Oh yeah, because like they're always. Okay, this is like they were here. 1, 2. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Oh yeah, another thing I added. It's hard to see maybe, but like a few more like effects when like you slam to the ground when a level starts. Like I'm not completely, like not fully happy with it. But yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I'll like, again, this is one of those things that like if I can think of like a way to improve it and have some time, I'll do it. Or like I'm very bored in the evening, and like someday I'll like sit down and like spend another like 30 minutes or so on it. But not something that is like overly important, I would say. Nah. This part is a bit tricky, but I think it's okay still, because you can like find a way to get past this. Well, like it's not completely impossible. You just have to like, I think I may have to like move that one enemy a bit further to the back. Still needs to be a bit further up, that one. Still too low. This needs to be a bit down, like... This sequence is kind of also like important for me because it's one of those, one of the things that I like to record for GIFs because it like very nicely like demonstrates the way the game works, or like different like things, because like it moves like fairly quickly forward and all that. This is like a bit of a this thing needs to be a bit lower, I think. Let's put it also a bit further forward. What's like this one, I think needs to be a bit further up. This one is okay. This one was too high now, and let's put him here maybe. Hey, this way. Then I don't like this. This is also like kind of blech, if I'm honest. Like, this is okay. This is kind of bad, because like the space is so little. Maybe if I do it this way, give you a bit more room to maneuver, then it's okay. And you could also use one of your extra weapons if you have them. It's also always an option. Which one was it? Was it this one or this one? I think it was this one. Yeah, so like you have to jump, like you basically have to jump over and shoot it while you're jumping over, and if you like get knocked into it, like things go bad. So maybe we'll do this. So you have a bit more time. Not that much more time, but a bit more time. Also, like, why are there two and this weirdly spaced out? Yeah. I kind of like these enemies. They like bring something into like most of like parts of the game that wasn't so there, like in the way they behave. There aren't a lot of like enemies that move that way. Kind of like it's hard to describe what I mean with that. A thing I'm a bit concerned about is that there are like a lot of sequences where you have these, like, have to deal with these, like these fridges, and I'm not sure if that's a good idea, like or if it's like too much or like not like varied enough. Also, one thing I found out, like, which is like, I guess kind of like to expect it, with the like increased like speed when you like start dashing, it's much easier to like do one of these perfect dodges, because you're like, you can like start your dash at a like much greater distance and still get it. Yeah, I think that's fine now. I think only had like I need to rework this room. It's like that one isn't like all that like fun. Yeah, that sequence is now okay. You have enough time to shoot them before they hit you. Still going to check this sequence up here. But we're getting fairly close now to like the level being where I think where it's okay. Like aside from like the bottom path here, because I haven't really checked it, so like still need to do that one. But yeah, the placement here is okay. So I think what I'll do here instead, like actually instead of these, because I think this one is still okay, but these two I'll do like something different and like just use those. Because like, yeah, again, it's so like, that's the problem a bit with having longer stage length. And I thought adding 2 more enemies per stage, 2 like newish enemies, would give me enough space. But sometimes I feel like I would need more actually. Because this is like, there's a lot of like kind of repetition here, but also not. Like, sure, these also have these enemies, but like it's more of a mixture between these two, which is like similar. Like, I think this sequence here like needs to change though. Because this sequence, basically, this is like what I had in mind for like the first fridge, well, like for the fridge sequence in the previous layout. But I have like the sequence now over here. So this kind of doesn't make sense. I think what I'll do instead, instead is I'll do down there. I'll put one of those because these kind of make sense, like as like a thing that moves around and blocks your path here. And then I'll do a, I'll change these rooms a tiny bit. Oh, I never placed lava down here. Good. Where is it? There. I can always place these. Like as a kind of like as a thing to break. I do like this one kind of being useless because it primes you to like understand, oh, like these enemies are showing up again. I have to be careful and not like something. So I think that's okay to like have it like that. Now there's like a bit more of a break here. I think I use enough of these actually. Yeah, you have 3 of those like in a row. 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, I think this is now like much more like better. Okay. Let's see. And this time I'll take the lower route, just to see how this one looks. I also need to remember to like change something in the script for the mini boss fight, because right now the screen shake is a bit freaks a bit out like on one point, and I know why it freaks out. I'm fairly sure I know why, and I'll have to fix it because it's a bit jarring. Maybe I increase the speed of like the ice blocks that they shoot out a tiny bit, because right now it's a bit easy to dodge them, I think. Maybe I'm like overdoing it right now. Like maybe it's not actually easy to dodge them. I'm just that good at my own video game. Don't go to the right, go straight down. Okay, this was like a bit far away. Ugh. Oh yeah, and had to do this. Like, yeah. Okay. Okay. Like, this is all kind of okay. But yeah, let's go in here. How fast are those? Was it? I think it's here, right? Yeah. Let's increase it a little bit. Just to make it a bit more. That's like a bit more nicer. Anyway, we have this. Then the problem here with that, like with this one, is that it, like the ice blocks that fall out of it, like like land in the wall and are completely useless. But I think it's okay. Like it's still like a thing that blocks your path, and like that should be enough. I think what I do here though is I'll go here, move this a bit further to the left, and make this. This is over here. Make the floor a bit like this platform a bit longer. But might actually turn it into ice, because that's a bit more like as a compromise. You have more space, but also like movement is a bit more tricky. Like also like why not like turn everything here into ice? Really, why not? Also, yeah, I think what I'll do here, 1, 2, like this. How like what did I like? What did I do down there? Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, good. That's a bit further up. So here's the lava, then it's down. No, this is up here. You go a bit closer. And then yeah. Then we take like you, make you smaller, and put you here. Then we can take you, move you a bit further back, and you're okay. You can stay. No, let's do this as well. I think. Okay, let's try again. Wait a second, because I don't want to forget it all the fucking time. Let's do it now. Mini bosses, gear cop. Okay, now. Almost time. I think I need to like preheat my oven soon. Oh, it's still like 20 minutes. Okay, good. Probably take. I might take a break soon and start preheating my oven then. Because like once I'm done with enemy placement, the only thing really left is like making sure that the making like putting all the backgrounds and all that in and making sure that that works. And yeah, so oh, I forgot to like change one thing, like so like one room still needs adjustment even after now, like even if everything else is okay. But that's fine. We'll manage, I think. Cool. Forgot about the wheel. So the problem, like I need to make the platform on which like this thing stands like a bit higher, otherwise like it'll never be able to hit you. And that's kind of boring. Oh yeah, like that's more like interesting. Oh yeah, like one thing I like that was kind of in the game since basically since the like beginning, like way back when it had like much more colors, and had a different name and a slightly different story. Like one thing that was in there since the start, and I've like posted it on like Twitter this week as well. You remember, you know this thing in Mega Man when you jump and you get hit by an enemy while you're jumping, and you just like unceremoniously plummet to your death because like getting hit completely, not only completely like destroys your like momentum, but also like makes you just like immediately fall down. Like no matter where you were, like or where you are, like where in the jumping animation and all that you were. GB Roba doesn't do that because, and that's completely unintentional, I think, because while you're getting knocked back, your like movement is deactivated, like your movement input, and while your movement input is deactivated, the gravity doesn't work. You're not getting pulled down because it's basically the same variable that gets like switched off when you're like dashing, because you're also not falling down while you're dashing. So it's kind of like an interesting thing here, right? Oh yeah, I can probably put these platforms all down a bit. I think. Yeah, yeah, that's a bit high, to be honest. Floor. Okay, so let's do this one down, do this one down, this one down. Because now I have like a bit more space to work. Like things aren't as cramped. This can go. So lava is here. So we have it here. Yeah, okay. Nah, this can stay this way, I think. Okay, this is where the border should be, right? No, down here is the border. This is the UI, this is the first. This is the like first tile you see. Okay. Yeah. This is the right height. But what I do need to do here is this should be okay. If we deactivate the background, yeah, this is where the lava should be. Good. I don't want to have like varying levels of like height of lava between like in these horizontal sections, because I think it looks kind of like goofy. So we have this. I have to like move these down. Remember to make the one platform higher. Somewhere around here. Instances, floor, no, instances, let's 2. Floor, up. Okay. Now, like, this thing should, like, shoot these. Oh god, these might be too low, actually. I'll have to see. Okay. Let's do this again. Good. I can at least hit those. Oof. Almost died, I think. I think the block doesn't get in contact with lava anymore because it does not melt, and it only melts when when it's in lava. So I may have misplaced something. I'll have to check. But I think this all should be well and good. What is this? The safe floor? Okay, we remove this. Oh, is there yeah, there's another layer of floor here. Yeah, okay. My friend, you can go. You're not needed. Okay, oh God. Okay, this is... What are you? Are you important? I don't know. Like, that's... okay. This. Now this. Like, it is... I mean... Yeah, I mean, it is important because otherwise there's... I know what. Like, yeah, okay, good. That was like me being silly. Nothing more. Okay, good. This works more or less. Next up is making sure that that everything looks good, you know? Like everything looks good. But it doesn't right now, but we can make this work. It's going to be a bit rough in some parts. Like to make sure that like there's like good transitions and all that fun stuff, but we'll get this done. Anyway, again, I'll take another break, start preheating my oven for like the bread baking, and then we'll finish this stage off and see how it is, and maybe like try and play it like by the end and like time it how long it takes and all that. Anyway, again, taking like let's say 10 to 15 minute break. See you soon. Okay. That was the one that I forgot. Good. So I might like what has might. I'll have to like get up and check stuff like once every few minutes, because the oven is preheating, which will, like, the whole process will definitely take longer than or like I'll probably won't be done with all of this before like this is like all is done and ready and like whatever else. So I'll have to like get up and check like if the oven is like done preheating and then put the bread in. I'm fairly certain that I'll be done before the bread is finished, because that takes around 45 minutes. But like the rest of the process, I'll have to get up and like do stuff, because like the thing with bread is like you can't just say, oh, like I'm busy, I can't put it in the oven right now or whatever, because this is all time sensitive. It's not like incredibly time sensitive, so like there isn't like a window or like where I have like 1 minute to get the bread in the oven or it's ruined, but there's still like a window that I have to hit, or else like things might not end up as good as they could be. But yeah, so that's a thing that I have to take care of, and that like again requires occasional attention, but it's fun. So it's also going to be a bit interesting, because it's been a while since I last made bread in a Dutch oven. So I'm making like an actual sourdough loaf thing, and these things like work best when you like bake them like in a Dutch oven, when you just have like a normal like oven at home and not like have a baking stone or whatever. And even if you have a baking stone, a Dutch oven might still be a good idea, because it traps steam when you have like the lid on, and like it kind of creates an oven within the oven, and you need to make sure that like at least for like the first half of the baking process, that the bread retains some of its like of its liquid, or otherwise, or like the moisture. Otherwise, the like crust, you don't end up getting a nice like crunchy outside. Like the crust won't be as good and nice and cool as it could be, and that would be a shame, really. So anyway, let's build this thing out and see how everything goes. Maybe I'll make this a bit smaller. Oh yeah, that's like a thing where I can basically only use these, but it's okay. We'll survive. I mean, I could actually make this a bit like taller and just do like mass placement of this stuff. Would be a bit easier to do actually. Then let's go one layer back, I think. Yeah. It's funny, last week we already like did all of this, but with a different like with a like endless attack stage, and now we'll have to do it again. But I think I need to be mindful of more stuff like with the larger stage layout, because sometimes the like backgrounds don't really line up properly, and I need to do some like stuff to make it work. But we'll manage, pretty sure. basically what we'll do is why I have no idea why I'll place it there. We are going to hide some things probably. Well, I'll have to see. Yeah, okay. So I'll use these. And this is all good and cool and nice, but where this might start making problems is like here. And you can also already see like a tiny problem here, because this thing here has like, there's like a gap because of the doors. And this like again like continues over here where it starts to look weird, but we can hide the weirdness, and I'll show you in a bit how we are going to hide the weirdness. We are going to hide it by being even more weird, but it's going to be fine. It's like, I promise, it's going to be fine. Also, I need to keep in mind to place more down than there are, because like this is a thing that scrolls, and if I don't place enough of those down, you'll end up with a thing where like suddenly there is no background, and that would be kind of bad. Also, like, let me see. Interesting. How did I manage this? Ooh, I have those. I've totally forgot about those. Yeah. Ooh. Good that I like caught that, because I can be a bit cooler, I think. Maybe, like, at least a tiny bit. Like, for example, we can like do this here, and I think here, then delete the rest. So now we have like a nice stretch of like no backgrounds here. Okay. Going to like take a quick look in the kitchen and see if the oven is ready. Pretty sure it isn't, but I have to see. Still a good good thing away. Oh, by the way, this is the track that I meant with like, I have no idea how much you can hear it actually, but which sounds a lot like the main like track that plays like during Hitman Blood Money when you're doing really well. Only that the thing in Hitman Blood Money is like more orchestral. But yeah. This is going to be, I know, like this might be weird. We'll have to see. Wrong. So you might ask, well, yeah, how are you going to hide like the like this how are you hiding this? Like that this is like wrongly like aligned, or like why aren't you doing just this? Because this kind of looks not nice, right? It's like weirdly aligned and all that, and that's not how we do things, like if we can't avoid it. But like what I did here, like where do we have it? What I did here is, so there are like additional tile layers, and if I zoom out a little bit, let me see which one was it. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think it's like this whole block here. Yeah, if you see it here, I also like did a like kind of hid like the different like background like things with like different tile sets, like first like but via different, mostly via like actually using much smaller tiles. Like at least here, I think here I did just like, yeah, I just added like these backgrounds like on a separate layer. So that's what I did there, and it worked. And I will do the same. Also, like I kind of need to like place these down again because I accidentally deleted them all. Which wasn't like the smartest move under the sun, like come to think of it. But we'll manage, I guess. I just have to like, I was a bit like premature in deleting this, but I'll, okay, okay, this is basically nothing. This is nothing. Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong thing, right? Okay, this is these. This is, oh, this is like, ha. This part to hide this away. Yeah, okay. No, that's not a big problem. Because these things aren't like under parallax scrolling, I can just place them. Like, it's like no big deal at all. So, and I can even, maybe I should make them all visible. Oh, there. They were just invisible. I'm sorry. I'm a goof. Okay, then let's go over here. Again, like, let's check. What does layer 6 do here? Okay, it's just like oh, it's hiding like the upper layer. Okay, yeah. Layer 7 is these, and layer 8 is these. So yeah, basically like completely construct new backgrounds here. So so let's go in here and start with these. Like, this will look a bit weird, but not as much because there's like a huge overlap here. But I think what I'll still do is like make all of this disappear, like aside from the darker background, just that I know like what I'm doing here. Okay, the wall is here and here. And yeah, this might look a bit strange, but I think it'll be sort of okay, hopefully. I mean, what helped here is that, like, they were mostly aligned, at least at that point. If these even move, like, it could be that they even, like, don't even move around. So, let me check the parallax object. I'm just, like, remembering that I might have, like, done something there. When do I have it? Nope, those move around. Okay, okay. Just wanted to be sure. Well, I mean, I could just like go and like do a check and see how it looks, and see if it like looks weird or whatever. That was the button. Yeah, like baking with a Dutch oven is a bit tricky because it's like cast iron, and you have to like heat it with the oven, and those things like again like get pretty hot, and like you have to like, and it's very heavy, and you like have to go and like get it out of out of your oven, and oof, it's a bit much actually. Wait a second, didn't I do a didn't do this is visible. Let's make this all visible just to be sure. And yeah, like, and then I'm also a bit concerned about the bread not coming out properly out of the proofing basket, because like the dough was fairly wet and sticky. Like I did put a lot of flour into the like proofing basket, so it should be good, but it's always like let's hope everything goes like good, because like you don't want to like spend like 1.5 days making something and then in the last step like something goes wrong, because that's always frustrating. I mean, what I could, like, I'm just thinking, oh god, yeah, I could probably, maybe, I don't know, no, this isn't, like, much smarter, I think, no, because it really doesn't matter. So this is where the pit would be. And there is no background here. Like, why isn't there, like, did I, like, forget, like, to make it visible? Like, what's going on here? Oh, like, or did it, like, scroll off the screen already? No, okay, it's here. Yeah, but overall, this is, like, so far, this is okay. It looks a bit weird because, like, there's no real floor here, but, like, we'll fix this in a few minutes once this is done. Yeah, and this looks totally weird because like everything has scrolled off the screen. So, good to know. Good to know. I need to place down much more of this stuff, it seems. And also maybe in this direction, I have no idea. It's, okay, I'm in the right level. The problem really with the parallax scrolling here is that because it's like a global thing and the whole thing gets moved, it's fairly hard for me to like gauge where exactly it starts. So I kind of have to like, okay, guess I'll just put it down everywhere. Oh yeah, what's the like? Okay, it's just this one. Are you the snow? Yeah, you're the snow. Good. You're everywhere now. Okay. I mean, but it like overall it looked okay so far. So let's just keep this going. I might need that. And just see what it is, like what's up. I think. Yeah, I need to use this thing here though. Okay. Yeah, again, just to like build these. So maybe make the foreground go away. It's starting to get a bit warm in here. Like the thing also is like my oven is, so I have to like heat it, like preheat it to like 230 degrees Celsius. My oven goes to like 250. But I have like, I always have the, like I'm under the impression that it like, it's actually much higher. Like that the like temperature that it like, that it actually has is like much higher. So yeah, like having to, and like, and this is like okay when I like but I still do the preheating to 230 because, well, that's what the recipe says. Like I'll probably push it down to like 220 after that, because it like, it's like it's. And it's over in my kitchen, like it's getting really warm in here. Just like realizing it right now, like, oh my god. Maybe it's just like me feeling like very hot. Could also be, who knows. Yeah, this also, like, this doesn't go, so we'll have to like pick these. And create a fake background. Oh, let me check the oven. I'm pretty sure it's like ready now. So it might take a moment. Well, it's ruined. Cool. This is frustrating. So, I wanted to like drop the bread out of its basket on like a peel to have it a bit easier to move, and like as I was like turning the basket, of course the bread decided, no, you know, I kind of want to like stick to the basket and not come out, and it completely deflated, and like everything was lost. Basically I ended up like scraping it out, like forming like some kind of like shapeless lump, and like just dumped it into the like Dutch oven, because like I can't reshape the thing and then like have it, because like then it would overproof and all that. So I just like threw it in there, and like I don't know what I'll do with that. It's probably going to be edible, but oh my god, am I furious about this. Like, fucking hell. Like, fucking proving basket. I hate you so much. Okay. No, this is so frustrating right now. Like, I was really looking like it's been so long since I last did like a like bread like this. I usually like when I do bread, I'll like do them in a like very like in a big cake pan or whatever, and I kind of wanted to have like a nice like round thing, and I usually get those like, but like sometimes you just have like, but it's also like one of the reasons is like that, like especially for these kinds of breads, I'm not used to like working with doughs that have like that high of a hydration. So I think I need to like, well, like I need to like prepare my baskets more. Like maybe I should just get new ones, because like frankly those were kind of like, I cleaned them out yesterday like very thoroughly and like put them in a like very hot oven for like good half an hour to like make sure that nothing is alive in there. And like again cleans and rinse them and all that, so like they were like fine to use. But I think I'll just like order a new batch and just do that instead, because this is like, I don't want to like do this. I mean, it doesn't really necessarily have to do like need to have to do with the proving basket, but again, oh my. It's so annoying. Like, really, it's so incredibly annoying, and I don't. There isn't enough. Like, it was meant to like, okay, like my dad comes over Sundays like for breakfast, and I usually prepare something, and I wanted to do something with that bread. And now since it's, I mean, I still have two like croissants from last week that are like frozen and should be good, but whatever comes out of this oven like will definitely look terrible. It might taste okay, but it will look like shit. But it's okay. I'll survive. This is just like one of these things, like when you like spend so much time on something, it will like you're just incredibly frustrated, like, and like you have to like just have to like get through it, and it'll be okay. But so annoying, so incredibly annoying. Can't tell you. Anyway, so let's build this stuff out. This is all just this here. Then we'll Okay. I'm going to calm down at some point. I know it. It's just... Baking. Like, sometimes stuff just doesn't work. And you'll have to live with it. To figure out, okay, what went wrong, try to do it better the next time. And again, the good thing is, whatever, like, that I made, like, it'll still going to be edible. You'll still end up making something that you can eat, and because, like, the way, like, it went through a certain process, will still taste okay. It will not taste as good as it could be, which is, like, the frustrating part. But it will still be okay. And that's the good part. But again, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I like totally did it wrong here. Just to be sure, maybe put one of these, not this one. This one. And this one. Okay, this should be all. Before I like go and place the floor tiles down, I want to see if like this looks okay. Yeah. Anyway, bread is in the oven. Like it'll like take like 20 minutes, and I'll what 25 minutes? What did I like put on? I don't know. 12 more minutes, and then I'll have to go and like put the lid off. And yeah, then I can see what kind of mess I made there. But like it's really cool. Like it's the same thing when you like do anything that's in a mold, basically, and you like turn it over, and it just doesn't want to come out. I think like all the stuff I did to prepare and everything, it's just like completely ruined. And with bread, it's like really frustrating because like you're creating all of this like air inside of this thing. Like you let it rest for like hours, just that the bacteria and microorganisms inside can like create like carbon dioxide and all that stuff, so that you get a nice like light and fluffy texture and all that kind of stuff. And then the damn thing refuses to get out of its like basket, and everything just like falls into itself and collapses, and all you're left up with like there's like there will be like some air pockets in there and whatever, but like oh my god, like everything was gone. Like, and it was really like it was really nice and poofy and all that, and it's like completely gone. It's like and that's the like problem with like I think with like the high hydration dough in that regard. Like this is like I haven't really like this probably what I just have to like practice more and like get used to it, like just to handle it better and like be like know how to like avoid this kind of stuff and all that. Oh yeah, I need to like make the background over there darker, because right now there's like a parallax scrolling going on here. Ooh, I also need to like do an outline for the shooting sprite because that looks kind of weird. I forgot to do that. Why isn't there like nothing? Why is there nothing like in the background here? Like what happened here? Is it like so? Oh, there's like something. I have no idea what's up here. Uh-huh. What? Like something like this is weird. Oh god, this here you can see like what happens when you like do like tile placement like wrongly. Like everything's kind of like very bad. This, on the other hand, looks okay again. This also looks okay. Okay. Okay, like something, like this is, yeah, okay, this is what I get from like having this stuff like invisible, I guess. Oh god. Okay, let's go in here. Okay, yeah. Now why like isn't like anything down here? Or maybe it was, yeah, it was because I think because I had this like no, this wasn't because I had this invisible, right? It can't, like, it's also not because I ran out of space. Because it's here. And for some reason it's not here. Ooh, maybe because it's not, but it's all the way over here. I don't know. It's number 4, right? Yeah, okay. Let's go in here. Ugh. Just going to do this and I have no idea, like oh, it's like I have no idea. It's a perfect summary of like everything basically. Yeah, so another thing that I need to do is go here. Let's do this first. Make everything dark. Maybe remove the floors. Yeah, okay, good. Okay. What? No, what? This. Okay. Where's the... There's the ball. Okay. Let's take another look, I guess. Oh yeah, no, like this and this. Kind of want to extend this. And then like have this a bit later, maybe. Also, sorry for no music right now. Yeah. Okay. Let's just like. Okay, and this thing, I'm pointing at my screen. This thing is then like over here, so we can do, I don't know, like one of those. Nope. Let's put it over here, and over here, and just delete all of this in between. Maybe place these down again. Okay. Good. Let's try this again. Yeah, like it's not that the background moves in this direction, it's like it moves with you. So like I have to like place, I think I have to like place down like further to the left. It just doesn't like move like it moves at a slower speed. So you're still catching up to like background that's further to the right of you. And obviously the longer you like the level is, the more like background you need. Like you need to have also like as a runoff area basically. I am pretty sure that there's like a way to calculate all of this and know like, okay, it's going to be there at this point, because you're usually moving at a like again at a fairly reliable speed. Accidentally activated hyper mode once again. Like this isn't something that like is probably going to happen a lot in the normal game. I mean, what I could maybe do, but I think that's like that it might be a bit weird, like to have like you hold the button for like a tiny bit longer. I need to like do the bread thing. Give me a moment. I mean, it looks kind of like a bread, a bit misshapen, but honestly, I assumed it would look much, much worse. So, hooray, I guess. So, good. We were there. God, it's so warm in the kitchen. Like, ouch. Ugh. I still have like stuff misdinged here. I mean, some of these screen transitions are a bit jarring, like that one there. But this, I'll have to see. There's like still something. I mean, this like thing down there is. I mean, it's still a problem because he. This is also bad. Okay, now I know where this like ends up, so I can. So you see here, this is the like end of the large like empty like no like background wall section. So I kind of know where this is. So I have to like extend this like much further to the left, so that like when you climb up here, that you don't end up like in this like space because it looks kind of not good. This transition is fine. Like, it's not ideal, but it's fine. Okay, this is here. I need... Oh god, there's like a bunch of stuff that's still not good. Okay, so... Where were we? Like... Okay, this whole thing... I think that's just like this part here. This whole thing moved much, much further to the left, I think. So we'll... maybe do this here, and then this way. I mean, it could also be this. So like, why don't we just do this, just to be sure? And then you come down here, and this is like an empty space, and I kind of don't want this to be like when you fall down here to be empty. So why don't we like put this a bit further over to the right? I think that's like how this is supposed to go. I mean, there's like another of these sequences over here. I have, again, because I'm not in the mental space to like understand where what thing is. So let's just do this in case like it's the one over there. Who knows, really? Okay, that's the one thing. Then there's like where was it? Not in here, because that's not a thing. Down here there was like something weird going on. Let's remove the floor. Okay. I think it was this thing there. Okay, then let's go one further up and this instead. Also, let's. Always forget where I put those. There. This and this. Yeah, I mean that was like kind of pointless, but anyway. Do I have? I think I also have like just solid walls, right? Only of this one, which looks different. It's like much further up, and I kind of wanted to like suggest like, yeah, you're going like going down further down, and it's getting more frosty, so I can't use those. Cool. I'm sometimes I have like strange ways of doing things and making things unnecessarily hard for me. This is one of those cases, I guess. There was, oh yeah, I see it. Like I can see it from here. Like there's like, again, in this segment, there's like a bunch weird. So let's fix this quickly. You see that? It's still not good. Okay. What else? There was like something else that was like kind of looking terrible. But I don't know where it was. So I'll just have to hope for the best, I guess. Okay. Remember this part. Okay, and this... here's like a bunch of weird stuff that I somehow missed. Okay, good to know. Like, this thing does not have, like, doesn't go further down. This thing has, like, okay. In the, like, downwards, like, gun sections, it's like a bunch of weird stuff happening. Maybe I'll just, like, make it easy for myself and have, like, these segments everywhere, like, and not, like prolonged, like, empty sections. Let's just go over here because that was kind of bothering me. Yeah, it's still here, so... But it's not down here, right? Like, no. Like, this is really strange. And you can see it, right? At least now I know where, like, this is. Kind of. Okay, yeah. I can see it. Like, this is this section here. This is, like, then over here. Okay, good to know. Like, I know where I am. Good. This is such a mess to build. Really. It really is. And I just, like... give me a moment. I do have, like, some video of this, of the stage. Because I kind of want to, like, is this? Oh yeah, like, media player doesn't like this. Have to use Winamp. Let me, God, I need to, like, window, please go smaller. Okay. 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 Okay, this is just like an empty area, then you fall down here. Okay, yeah, this is just like this kind of area. Like, I kind of want to... I have so much footage. Yeah, like, I need to sort some stuff once again at some point. I'm looking for like a longer... This is like a trimmed... Oh yeah, maybe this one? No, that's just the starting area where I showed the life system. 2 minutes. Looking for something along, like, more like 20. Like, this stage hasn't, like, changed since, what? I have no clue. Like, April. April. Bullshit. Like, February. So all I have to do is find, like, sort of full playthrough of it. In this vast pile of... This might be some... Oh, once again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, these are... I thought this was like... No, okay, good. I can just... And I'll just do that because... Fuck this, man. Fuck this. Fuck all of this. Okay. So we have this. For some reason I never really decorated this, finished decorating this. So let's put one here and one there. Oh yeah, now like in the down gun section has like some stuff wrong. I have no idea how and why it's wrong, but it is wrong. Let's okay. Okay. This like should be okay now, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what the word okay means anymore. Like this is all just so empty. I also at some point need to move this little dude over, and all that he needs to be administered. Little dude, I'm so sorry. Vintage perspective is a girl. Like a girl boss, so you know, she definitely has girl boss energy, whatever that means, honestly. We need this and we need this. Okay. Okay. Good. Now let's just place wrong music. Start placing the floor, or else I'll lose my head. It's already 6 p.m. Like, I did not like plan on like doing this for the rest of my day, but here I am. Okay, this is okay. This is like the black thing. This is like all the decoration, and this is like ice and snow, right? Yeah, good. Let's do the ice like and like other bullshit at first. Oh god. No. Sorry, a moth. I had to kill it. No, oh god. I am kind of getting tired. I have to admit. I need to remove all the backgrounds. Or else, like, if I place down the darker floors, I have no idea where, like, everything is. Because it has the same color as the background. So... yeah, this is important. And here you can see sometimes also like why like doing this stuff takes so long, at least in parts, right? I mean, it's like the same as like with this one like endless attack level where I was just like fiddling around with backgrounds like the whole time and like couldn't find a good good combination of stuff, and it's like, and like with a larger stage, okay, like one thing I could have done is like move like the player closer to like the new stuff. Like that was kind of like an error on my part in terms of like just being a bit more efficient about things. But yeah, it's like this is like still a thing that's kind of like rough to do, and frankly, this is like one of the things where like that kind of makes me dread having to like test larger games, like, or having to test games that have like a much bigger space like to explore and like have like much more like moving parts and all that. Yeah, and like that definitely needs like a more like robust way of like testing and debugging than I have right now, because right now I don't have one. like my testing system is like, oh well I play through the game, and like it's short enough that I can do that in like a reasonable amount of time, so I'm not very like inclined to like find ways to like make things a bit more like easy for me to test or whatever. I just play it over and over again. That was wrong. I mean, it's not that like parts of it was okay, but I'd rather not like cover like the ice things over. What's like, I think there's like, yeah, here. Is the border. Well, at least now the roughest part is done. This is just like busy work, but not very hard. And also like my problem very often is like with backgrounds and all that is like me trying to like do something fancy when like actually doing the simpler thing in the way that I like basically also set up the backgrounds would be much like easier on me. I'm doing a mistake here right now. Thankfully I realized it like fairly soon. Like the upper like floor part here is lava. I really need to like give the like, should maybe give these floor. Bread's done, give me a moment. Oh, it's probably done. Who knows? Give me a moment. Okay. I need to like see have like some like visual feedback. So this is how it looks like. It looked much nicer, like at least the bottom part, like when it was in the proofing basket. Also, it managed to get stuck in the Dutch oven, which also never happened before. I think it should be good. Probably should stick a thermometer in there. Let's see. Give me a moment again. Also going to take a bathroom break. Give me a second. Okay, let's finish this. Ugh. So going to like forget putting this thing back in the kitchen. Anyway, like I tasted some like crumbs that have fallen off of it, and like it tastes good. Like that's what I said. Like it's going to taste fine. It will just look terrible. And the texture might be not good. Probably. Who knows? Got the stereo effect there, like startled me for a moment in that track. Like, what is coming there from the right out to me? Nothing. It's just the sound. Anyway, oh god, this is like so much stuff like to cover. Honestly, like, this is much easier to do after I place down the floor. Like, come to think of it. Because then, like, I know where I have to, like, place down stuff and where I don't have to place down stuff. Instead of, like, this mess. Because this is a mess. Also, this upper layer needs to go because this is lava. Like really, like doing this for so long, like at some point the concentration just goes. And I'm very much on the like on the edge of stuff. Really. Okay, this is where like things are, and I'm doing this shit again. I don't believe it. Like really. All of this, none of this is like all on the wrong layer. Like it's not a big deal, but it's really, really infuriating, and also like this. Go away. Oh no, this is like on the right spot. Is this like still all deleted? Yes, good. Okay, now go here. Uppermost layer. And place these goddamn floors down. This feels like, for some reason, like much more work than like what I did like a few days ago. No idea why. Like this is also like one of these states again where like I'm this close to having like this, like all of this done, so I'm going to push through it instead of just saying, yeah, okay, I'll finish the rest tomorrow. Like we're like at 20 past, roughly 20 past 6 like PM over here, and I'm still doing work on a Saturday. Like, what is wrong with me? Like I know, like I don't mean this like in an overly negative way, but like. But at the same, like, and that's like a me thing, a very much a me thing. I have real trouble like having like letting things that are half finished just like sit around. I hate this. Like I really hate this. Like, so which is why I don't have like why I like try and finish the stuff that I started, unless it's like something, like unless there's like a very good like stopping point. And I don't know, maybe the good stopping point would have been, okay, the backgrounds are done, I'll do the rest of the floors tomorrow. Might have been. But for me, it's like, okay, I'm this close to the stage being done, let's do the whole thing and put down the wrong tiles because I'm not here at all. After that, I'll place down the lava so that I don't end up like covering it like with things that like it shouldn't like have. Okay, looks good. Just want to make sure that like, yeah, okay, it's just, yeah. It's one thing I need to prepare though. Go in here, take this thing. Basically this is supposed to like serve as like, because the lava like sprite is like has like there's a surface where there's like a where it's transparent in the background, and this like kind of makes it look a bit like, especially if there are like several layers, I think makes it look a bit better. At least this is, I think, how I did this. Who knows really, like whatever I did in the past is like long forgotten. Okay, now we go in here, libraries, pick this animation and just, you know what, let's like do a 2x2 thing here at least. I think only the uppermost layer is visible, but who knows? Who knows really? Again, I forgot to like do this. Here's lava. So anyway, it'll be fine. It'll all be fine. This actually needs to go, this and this, because like it's this might show up in the like different like down here, and then it looks weird. So I mean, like it's looking weird right now anyway, but it will look weirder. So okay, yeah, this is all of that. Now the snow and the other walls. Where are the tiles? Oh, I'm also getting like very easily distracted right now from like what I was meant to do. So that's also not helping all that much, to be honest. Again, probably a sign of like exhaustion or like tired, being tired. Okay, that's all like ice, so kind of easy to do. We're getting there. Very slowly, but we're getting there. Maybe I should, like, press the save button. Just in case. Oh god. You know what? Because this can happen, and I'm pretty sure we're, like, very close. Let's do this now. Before, like, things might get weird. Like, you know, this bug like that I had like a few times during the last streams where like GameMaker just said, yeah, no, you have no tiles? What? No, you didn't place any tiles, friends. Despite me having placed tiles. So I'd much rather like do this now. And maybe like if this already has happened, like have some damage control. Like imagine working on this for like 45 minutes to an hour, or like even longer, and then you realize, wait a second, like GameMaker stopped like after like 20 minutes of me placing down tiles. Like this, like it doesn't look like it, which is good, but now we're on the safe side. Because oh my god, could you imagine like how fucking annoying that would be? Like at that point I would just like okay, I'm going to stop now because I might explode otherwise. But it didn't happen, so it's good. Okay. Now we can at least finish this part, because I need to like place down some things. Oh, cool. Accidentally clicked out of the window. What would I like this? Yeah. A lot of this will get replaced anyway, or like covered up, but again, you like put down the stuff down to fill the gaps before, and not put down like the stuff and then like have to figure out, okay, where do I have to fill the gaps? Like it's a bit different with the floor, because this way I have like a better distinction, like better distinction where like to put stuff and all that. So I think it helps more. Do I want to talk about the now, like, 4 hours in? Oh my god. I did not expect this to take this long. Do I want to talk about, like, the indie games cartel now, 4 hours in? Why not? I mean, why not, really? Because this is now, like, a good time. Nobody, like, no one in their right mind would, like, keep watching this for so long, so I can just like completely like let loose, like not really, but you know what I mean. So I forgot the name of this thing, but like 2 days ago, I think, like it must have, like, I think it was like at a time where I haven't really paid attention to Twitter, but anyway, like I saw it yesterday, like in the early morning, like, and you have to keep in mind with video games right now, like video games is, for me, is like always like the whole industry, like everything, like not only like the making of it, but also like reporting and all that. For me, it's just like I just call it video games anyway, and not the industry, because I think it's like more apt to just say video games, because it's like video games. It's like all of it. It's all a mess and terrible. Very often very terrible. Anyway, like we are like currently in a phase where like video games kind of keeps showing its ass, like repeatedly, like in various different ways. Anyway, we had like I woke up, saw the Fulbright news, which was like frustrating. Looks into their kitchen where there's like a signed print of for the Tacoma promo art on like my, like on one of my, like I think on the side of my fridge. Like it's the like only signed thing I own is a signed print of like the promo art for Tacoma. And you know, like I'm like thinking about like only like scribbling through like the Steve Gaynor's signature, because like the other people who worked on that game can't do like it's not their fault that their boss was a shithead, so like I'm not going to like throw it away or whatever, but like anyway. So there was that, which wasn't cool, but again, like this is like what happens, and like you have to like deal with it. But then I also saw, while like scrolling through stuff and like looking at other people's like takes on this and like accounts and like other stuff, also because like with some people I'm really interested what they have to say about it, like when I feel like okay, they have like maybe a closer connection to all of this, because they kind of like either knew like people working at Fulbright or were closer to that. Anyway, there I saw like, oh wow, like a bunch of like indie publishers have announced that they created a quote unquote, like very heavy quotes here, collective, where they share resources and knowledge, and announce that they'll do a like promotional event and all that fun stuff. And what I was just thinking about is like, oh, that's a strange way of like phrasing that you formed a cartel, because that's what it is. I was like, again, because I don't know what's good for myself, so I kept digging into this. Also because I wanted to know, okay, like, is my first impression actually true, or maybe it's not that bad. And then I saw how like one of its founding members Forgot the name of the person. Like, you can still find it. Like, it's one of the publishers there. Like, or you can also like look at Liz Ryerson's like Twitter account, and see how like said person found it appropriate to say that her like voicing her concerns about this was anti-queer and anti-feminist, which is like a good way of dealing. It's like always a good sign when a white dude who has a picture of himself with like two like small kids goes around telling women what's feminist, telling queer women what's feminist and what's like queer and all that, and what's anti-queer. It's always a good sign when someone like feels it necessary to do that. Anyway, I saw that, like, and then I looked at that person's feed because again, I don't know what's good for myself, and saw how they like were like incredibly like. You have to keep in mind this is like someone who runs a company. Now this publishing company might like be something where like they like have like shared ownership or whatever, as far as I've like read it. But anyway, like he is still like has like CEO somewhere in his bio or whatever of this thing. I forgot again, but like there's like something around that I saw. And here's a guy who like has this stuff, like who runs a company or owns a company, who owns a publishing company. So there's like there's like a power imbalance here. And you have this guy who does this, then go like complain on his Twitter account how all these armchair socialists are coming out of the woodwork, like to fakely criticize their quote, and I quote, socialist as hell project. And like, no, you can. Words have meaning. Like, you can't just say it's socialist and then it's socialist. They have like, I don't want to like. I think I said it there as well. Like at some point yesterday. Like, I don't want to be the go and read some theory person, but you have to have at least some understanding of what like socialism entails to like call it socialist. And like, again, not knowing what's good for myself, I kept digging, and then I found like the part where basically where you could see why he thinks that like this thing is socialist as hell, or like why the people like criticizing him are actually like non-socialist or whatever. Because you see, when you're antitrust, that means that you're like for a free market, and that you're for free market capitalism, because because like in like neoliberal society and all that, there are like antitrust laws in place and all that to like prevent companies from forming monopolies. So which means that like antitrust laws have to be hyper-capitalist, right? If this was the case, or were the case, if these things were the case and true, then the late 19th century, which was very much dominated by large trusts and monopolies and cartels of big companies that have like pooled resources and like did price fixing and all that stuff, then the late 19th century would have been like the high time years for socialism and not hyper-capitalist at all. And if this was the case, then like companies like Google or Amazon wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be the case that like the whole like phone of like that in the US you only had like 2 or 3 phone companies basically to choose from. So this is like a very, very like skewed misunderstanding of like what basically a cooperative is, and like what like a monopoly might be, and all that. And it's incredible. Like, this is the problem when you like, and this is like actually a problem when you like the ideas, like anti-capitalist ideas. I don't say socialist outright because there's like a difference. You can say that, oh, I don't like capitalism, but don't really like be a socialist. There's like a difference that you like, that there's like, that you like, and then again, there's a difference between these things. Being an anti-capitalist doesn't automatically make you a socialist, because socialism means a specific thing that like people have written about, and like unless you do that, and you have at least some basic understanding of this, it's very hard. Like, and again, like this is like where you then end up with like companies, like publishing companies that gain access, like that control access to resources, control access to like markets, and control access to platforms to some degree, control access to funding. Think that them pooling resources and basically cornering the market for like small to mid-sized indie games on the publishing side, that it's socialist because they are collaborating with one another, completely disregarding for like it being like socialism means that like okay, to roll it back a bit, right now what we have like under capitalism is you have private enterprises that own, what's this, like this is nothing, I forgot something here. You have private enterprises, like private people, companies that control capital to produce goods, more or less, or like companies that in themselves then control capital that they give out for other companies to produce goods. But the control over the means that are necessary to produce goods, like money, machines, computers, all of that, lies in the control of like a company. A worker does not own like if you work in a factory, or like for example, I'm a baker and I work in a big bakery that is basically like a big factory where bread is being made on like in very large quantities. I don't own the ovens there. I don't own the rolling pins that I use. I don't own the proofing baskets that I use or whatever. What I do own is my time and my capacity to work, and that's what I'm selling as a worker. The goods that I'm producing aren't owned by me. They are owned by the company, by those that also own the means of production. So I have to like see how this is being done here, like these, like, yeah, it's just this, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm very confused. I think maybe because like I never really did something with letters. I mean, I could also like just have it this way, I guess. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Anyway, so like that's what like the difference is. You have, and also like in comparison to like, for example, medieval society, where like if you were, for example, a blacksmith, you like produce, I don't know, like farming tools or whatever. You owned what you produced. You like produce like, I don't know, a hoe or whatever, and you owned it until you sold it or whatever. Like under capitalism, again, you work for someone else and that person owns the product that is being created. Like if I were to work for a company, said company would own GB Rober and not me. So that's the basic idea, right? It's also the reason why I would like to like work for myself, but that's beside the point. So you like, that's the thing. The thing, you like have a private company owns like the stuff that you produce. With a publisher, again, it's a private company, and the publisher, and if you look at it, it's like this is how publishing works. The publisher gets a partial ownership stake in the thing that you are producing. like if I make a video, and this is like, for example, the thing with the like, I am in, as I said, in talks with a publisher about putting or porting GB Rover to a console. That means, and it's like in the contract, like is part of the contract, is that means I give away a part of the partial ownership of GB Rover to them to port the game to consoles. It's only like limited to the console version, but it's still a partial ownership that I give away at that point. So, and that's basically the part of like what I'm selling at that point. And that's what publishers get in that regard. Like they pay, for example, in advance and get partial ownership in the like thing that they are making, or like that you are making. And they, and to that like degree, control whatever IP it is you're creating, or like have again partial ownership in it. And so you end up with these like, and then you have a publishing conglomerate. Let's just like set and call it conglomerate, like a group of publishers that all still control or have partial ownership of the games that they are publishing, but they are not themselves producing these games. The production of these games is handled by the like companies and like individual creators that they are putting, or like that they are signing under contract. And the interesting part here is already like in the event that they announced, like they'll do like some kind of special promotion event like on Steam by the end of August or whatever, and they announced like that they are going to show a lot of their games. At no point did they mention like the creators that made the games, because again, the publisher doesn't make the game. The game is being made by the developers that are signed by the publishers. But like this is like a confusion that again also like publishers very, very gladly keep using, because it helps them like because the only thing really that they can sell is their own like brand and expertise, and that's like what like having this kind of confusion helps them with it, because this way people keep being interested in them as a publisher, and therefore like are more loyal to them. And that's also the trick. Like if you're a publisher, try to make your customers more loyal to them than to the developers that you're publishing, because you like this is how you like keep earning money with your business, which like of course like to some degree also helps developers, but that's basically like a trickle down economy like argument, right? Like, oh, what we are doing also like helps the larger industry, or like helps smaller developers as well, because like if we have more funds and we have like a more stable economic position, we can keep investing in like your projects and all that. And again, that's true to a degree, but like it's the same argument as it's being made by people that say, oh yeah, we have to like lower the business taxes and lower income taxes for more well-earning people, because like the money they generate through investment and all that trickles down to the rest of the economy, and like trickles down to like poorer people and like lifts everyone up, which we all know isn't true, and like is very much like has been clearly demonstrated over and over again that this is not the case, and it's still like the way like this argument is framed. Like we are pooling resources, meaning we can like corner a market to some degree. Like we can like launch a specific like Steam like streaming event with like demos that are being shown and all that, specifically for our studios that we are publishing. And that's something that we wouldn't be able to do without like having this conglomerate going on, which is also like, okay, like again, they are cornering the market. More people, like because they have this special event, which is something that like, for example, other publishers of the same scale that aren't part of this conglomerate don't have, meaning they have less press access, like less opportunities to show this to press, the press is less likely to cover games that are not part of these events because, like, press is lazy. Like, the games press is incredibly lazy and basically only covers, like, what is, like, being thrown in front of them, like, where they don't have, like, to spend, like, any kind of effort to getting there. Like, the easier it is for, like, press to access your game, the more likely it is that they cover it. And, like, with, like, a large publisher attached to it, it's, like, with a large event, you can do that and can even pretend that you're, like, covering smaller games, despite you not actually doing that and not really putting any effort into it. Does it seem that I'm cynical about that? I wonder why. So, yeah. Anyway, that's like kind of like the thing. It's like a conglomeration of publishers where, like, as far as I know, the developers that are signed don't have ownership in that conglomerate. So it's not a, like, the ownership is distributed between everyone. It's a few people have ownership, and, well, what you're selling is either your labor or still your labor because you're selling the rights to your game over there, which is your labor. So it's still the same. It's the same thing. Maybe in a slightly different packaging. Maybe like it has like their like announcement had like nice pastel colors and all that, but it was like still the same bullshit. And also like very much co-opting like the like wholesomeness thing, yeah, right? Like very cutesy, everything nice and good, and like deeply capitalist. Because like one thing, like, and you can see it like in general with like video games right now, is you realize, or like you notice how many companies get bought up. That's basically a similar thing. Like, it's not them buying, like a big publisher buying itself, like buying smaller ones. What you have here is like smaller publishers, basically like loosely fusing together to make sure that they can like more effectively use their collective resources to stay afloat while the like games market collapses amid COVID and all the other stuff. And hoping that they can keep existing, while other publishers that don't have access to this cartel will much more likely like collapse or get bought up. And this is also like them like conglomerating is also kind of like a protection against a larger company buying them, or like them feeling that the only way they can keep existing is them being sold to another company and all that. So this is how like this works. Like the interesting part here is that like the moment like a real crisis hits, like this will collapse again, because like then like again they will end up looking for themselves because they want to keep their companies running. And since like it's all loosely connected only, and like each and every one is like in control of their separate companies, they can just say, okay, like no, I can't spend my resources for other people who are kind of like my competition. Actually, I'm going to like step out of this. But until we're in this weird like middle state where there is like the market is kind of collapsing, but it's not a complete and total like collapse. You like have this weird thing where like kind of like okay, we can pool our resources, and this way we can again corner the market more effectively than if we were like on our own. And that's what's going to happen here. Like, and you have to think about it this way. And I kind of like alluded to it. I was like very, very vocal about what I thought about this thing yesterday. And sure, like none of these people are following me on Twitter, and I blocked a bunch of them just because no thank you. Like, I don't ever want to see you or interact with you again, and I really hope I never run into you in person, because oh my god, like I'm not a violent person, so I won't punch them, but you will get yelled at a bunch. Probably. So at the same time, these are like all publishers that are kind of like in the category where like I pitched a bunch of them with GB Roba. Like I think 2 rejected it, also showing like this is a shit post, like me shitting around. I don't mean this actually, but showing that they can't be socialist because they rejected GB Robo for being not marketable or whatever. So, like one said not marketable or like hard to market and they are not part of the cartel, but like other people like rejected it because it's not, I don't know, doesn't fit or whatever. Who cares? Anyway, they rejected it. Again, can't be socialist if you reject GB Robo. It's impossible. God, this might bite me at some point, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so this is like having all of this mess, and like I pitched people there, like some haven't replied yet. Who knows? Maybe they find it and then like think, oh, this game looks really neat. Let's look at the Twitter account of that person, and then like see, oh, they called me a shitbag, which I did. So because I think that's what they are. But anyway, this is like a very, very like a difficult thing, right? Like, okay, how do you like make sure, like, or like not how do you make sure, what am I talking about? Like, this is like the problem, right? Because there's like because there's like not that many publishers that like come into question. Like these are like the kind of publishers where I think, okay, I might have a chance if I pitch them, and I have to like now I have to think, okay, I probably have burned a bunch of bridges like yesterday, because like I'm pretty like sure like they could also look at it and think, yeah, whatever, like what a big deal. It's also like the thing about like me like wondering, do I even want to now like ever work with these people? Like that's like also like a question that's kind of like important to like keep in mind in that regard. Like I have no answer for that, as like honestly, because like really, who knows? What did I do here? Did I like? Oh God, I probably like I have like the like sneaking suspicion that I'd like misplaced a bunch of like things here. Oh God. Yeah. Oh no, this is like the highest layer, which is why it's like shown this way. But I feel like at some point I forgot to like switch layers again, and now like all of these things are like, anyway, so that's like, and that's a problem because you have like, if you say like around 2/3 of the mob like good publishers out there that where you could think, okay, yeah, they probably have enough resources to also like fund the development of the game, and like again, I live off of welfare. It would be cool to at some point be able to like get funding for one of my projects so that I don't have to keep getting welfare anymore, because like the welfare office probably doesn't appreciate like me making video games at all. Like to be perfectly honest here, like they much rather would want me to do something else. But yeah, that's a problem, right? You have to then approach these people, and well, depending on how things go, they might just reject you outright. Even if you don't insult them, what if it's, and that's one of the case, one of the publishers in that cartel is Raw Fury, and you might remember a few, like last year at some point, they released like an example contract from them, like again as a show of like, here, this is how we do our business and like how you can trust us and whatever. And that contract was terrible. Like it had like a bunch of like very, very sketchy clauses in there and like all that stuff where they defended themselves from like, yeah, we have to protect our investment, blah 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 blah. And yeah, so that's like one of these things. And now imagine you're being in a situation where you have to, uh, like, like Raw Fury. Well, you want to be signed not by Raw Fury, but one of the other publishers, and they just send you a contract over that is equally terrible. So what are your options then? Like, if you know, okay, these are part of a cartel that shares resources. A conglomeration. Let's not call it cartel because it's not like, the idea is socialist or whatever. Like, how sure can you be that, like, if you approach other members of this conglomerate, that they don't have this, like, a similar, like, base structured contract? Or how sure can you be that, like, they want to sign you? Like, if they know, they went to our partners first, and they, like, our partners they rejected our partner's contract, and like we have this and this rule between ourselves that we like basically don't undercut each other's offer or whatever, and so we are like not like, and you see where this problem then exists. Or like, for example, like let's assume that you like end up like having some kind of falling out with that publisher that you've signed to. What are you doing then? Like, and you kind of like, and you might have even like to some degree amicably like split ways or whatever, and like resolve the contract, and you're released from it. But there's still like this thing where like, okay, who am I approaching instead, and will they sign me if they are part of the same group that again shares resources, where it's not very clear which kind of resources are they sharing, how are they communicating with one another, what rules are there for like being a member of this group, what is allowed to be like to do, like how much can you like, also again, how much can you, for example, undercut your compatriots in that regard, and how much like is this like not welcome, because that's like a thing, like how much are like things like maximum discounts like decided upon, and this is all important stuff, and this is like, and you can say, yeah, okay, sure, like you have this like maybe in an unofficial capacity or whatever anyway, but unofficial also means that like there are no strict rules in place that like bind you to some degree to like follow them, so it's much more likely to maybe like shift this around, and it makes it easier for like me as a developer to see, okay, what kind of other offers are there. It's the same thing with like in the US, only having like 2 or 3 telecommunications companies, right? Like you can't really go around like looking for offers like that might be better for you, like that have like offer like a more stable connection, or like for example some things like no data cap or whatever, which like seems to be a thing over there. And like they have data caps. I don't have data caps, which is great. But you have to like you can't really do that because you might live in a part of the country where there's only one of these like companies even they're offering their services, because like the companies themselves have distributed like have basically like decided like compartmentalized the market amongst each other. So there's no real competition there, meaning you as a like customer can't find like an offer that is better for you. And of course, like competition and all that, there's like an argument for like, oh, that's capitalism and all that, and but at the same time, if you have like several companies, and companies are mainly there to extract money from like everyone involved in the process, otherwise they can't exist. So like obviously they will build it in such a way that like they extract as much money out of it as possible, and like having the threat of like your customers going somewhere else is a good deterrent against like very like exploitative and bad practices, like also like including treating workers right. Like it's much harder for a company to mistreat workers when they know, oh, they could go to that other company and get a job there with their expertise. how likely do you think it would be like if you have like a monopoly company or almost a monopoly company or a cartel that, for example, shares employee data and like says, okay, yeah, that person, like, oh, they applied for a job at your place. Well, we like they try to unionize our workplace. Maybe don't hire them. This is probably illegal, but like this is much harder when there's like when the companies are much more in competition with one another, because it's much easier, like it's much more likely that you'll maybe find a job. And the same thing goes for like publishers. If you have a falling out with someone, if the publishers aren't like interconnected with one another, it's much more easy for you to go and find a different one, because they are all in competition with one another to some degree, meaning they want to find ways like and find games and people to sign that gives them an edge over their competition. Meaning for you as a developer, it's probably much more beneficial that way than the other way around, where like you don't have that and where you are kind of like forced to like accept any kind of like accept whatever it is they are offering you, because you're negotiating, like your position for negotiations is incredibly weak at that point. When they can, like, you can't just say, oh well, I go to a different one, because then they say, yeah, like, which one? Like we know each other. You're not going to, like, obviously they won't tell you outright, yeah, you won't get signed by any one of those. But again, how sure can you be that like this is all on the up and up then, if you already know they officially share resources? And again, like, it creates like this thing where like not being part of this, like before that, like not being signed by one of these publishers would be, yeah, okay, I'll probably can manage to some way. Now it's like, okay, I'm not getting into these special events that get extra press coverage, making things for me much harder. So it's not even like there isn't anything in this that makes this beneficial for like smaller developers, especially smaller developers that are unpublished, that don't have a publisher, that make games that like don't find publishers. So it's just something. Like, for me, it's like, I wrote it yesterday in my blog post, it's a move made by middle managers to make sure that they can still keep getting theirs when like things are about to like implode around them. That's what this is, and nothing else. And like to frame this as like a good and progressive thing and something that will help like alleviate a lot of the issues that are like in smaller game spaces, like things like access to press, funding and all that. Sure, they established a like fund for like marginalized developers, but it's a very strange one. It's again like tied to competition. Only the best ones get selected, and then like they're like tied to some kind of weird funding structure and contract. And it's like, how much are you really helping there, and how much do you just want to find different avenues of exploitation in that point? And like at the same point, it's not very surprising that the people involved in this don't see it that way, because they actually believe that they are one of the good ones. They are the good companies. They don't exploit people. No, never. Completely disregarding that, like, even if you're a good company, as long as you're like a private company that works like the same way as like any other private company works, you are still one of the bad ones, because all private companies are bad. Like, just to think of it, I go around and put like stuff in like the contract for like for like Simon, who did the promo art, where I said, okay, if the game earns like more than that per year, you're entitled to royalties. If the game gets published to consoles, you'll get like paid again. Like I have to pay Simon every time the game gets published somewhere else, like for each platform, because I didn't want to build something like Simon owns the artwork. I don't own it. I get a license to use it, but if something goes wrong and like for some reason like he decides that no, I don't want to be associated with this product anymore, he can take this and take it back. It's a trust thing. I don't trust, I trust that this doesn't happen, but this is there to make sure that the person who did work for me has as many rights as possible and has as much control and ownership over the thing that they did for me as I can. And also like ways to, like, in cases where like surprisingly more money comes in, they get some of it. Because like you also have this very often where like people do like below market work for like people, like for smaller creators or whatever, and then suddenly this game gets big and they, like, beside like the like little payment they got, they never got anything, and they are completely at the mercy of like the person who created this. And I kind of like, I really want to make sure that, like, should I ever make enough money with my games, that the people who did work for me, like when I didn't have the money, are still getting something, like even years like later. Because again, this is like when you're like a private company, even when you're small, you're bound to like do the same kind of exploitation like as any other company, because ownership is still like a thing where like people build like things for you and you own them, like, and the only thing that they are basically selling is their work to you. And you have to be mindful of that, and have to make sure that like ownership is shared to some degree, like, and that people have control over the things that they are doing, that they are contributing to the project. And that's what, like, to some degree socialism means, like, to make sure that everyone who creates like something or works on the creation of something owns the thing that gets created at the end, and can like has like partial control over it. And it's not like just like people like conglomerating, like that's not socialism. Like, and the funny thing here is also like and like again, not to go like, oh, read theory about like all the time, but like last year, like one of the books that I read, like haven't read that much like socialist literature, but like one thing that I read was like a short like essay like book by Rosa Luxemburg. The English title is like Reform or Revolution. I can really recommend it. Like, it's a very like, especially if you're like wondering why the heck are like social democratic parties like everywhere like so terrible and like all that, because like she does such a good job at like describing what went wrong. And like one thing, like the like starting off point for this like discussion back then was like a like member of the Social Democratic Party in Germany called, I think, Eduard Bernstein. Basically like started like wrote about how, yeah, like social democrats don't have to push for revolution anymore, because the way like that capitalism has like the capitalist. This is interesting. The way capitalism has built itself, like with like credits, like credit structures, and like as like funding opportunities for capitalists, as well as cartels and monopolies. They basically created structures that would prevent like the crises that like Marx has described from happening, meaning that the only way really to bring forth socialism would be through slow reforms, and like slowly reforming the structures that are there. For example, slowly reforming cartels into like socialist or like cooperative instances or whatever, which is like complete. Okay, let me just like, interesting. I mean, I can just do that. Oh no, I think I did an oopsie here. Where am I? Yeah, I just... All of this is meant to be lava, I think, yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, we can fix this. Can just go here. So, and that's the interesting part, is that like kind of like the like people that like this one person like like was complaining about like people misrepresenting his like their socialist as heck idea, like are kind of making the same mistake here, and like conflating like cartels as something that are somehow like bringing forth socialism when they are actually just like a manifestation of like the way capitalism like responds to a crisis. So that's just like that part. Also like let's do this. Go in here. I do have to like keep in mind too. That's the wrong object. Tracking. Where are you? There. There's also like something else I want to do. Because I would like to fight the boss. So let's do this for a moment. Oh, I seem to have like one color too many in here. Let's fix this. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this over here is all like a different color, it seems, or was. For some reason. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should do this instead. This all looks fine to me. Because there's like... Let me just see. 16... I have no idea what they are talking about here. Like, where this color is. Let's see if this has like this. If this is like removed now. Nope, still there. Like, maybe I have to like do the color replacement for all. Ugh. No, it has to be the other way around. This is the right one, right? $51, $30, $80. Yeah, okay. Cool. Still not done. Shift R. Wherever it was, it's gone now. Good. So, nope. Let's do an outline. I want to play through this level like normally, kind of time it and see how much longer it got. I feel it got like like a good bit longer. Anyway, sprites. Let's save for a moment. So yeah, like I found this like again like this like fairly interesting in the sense of yeah, okay, there's a and I really don't want to do like the whole I know what like socialism is or whatever. No, that's not really what my problem here is, like, and that's like a general problem, like what I like was like maybe shortly like mentioning, like this thing, like again, just because you like don't like capitalism doesn't mean that like everything you do automatically means it's socialism. Because like there are like certain like things and ideas behind what socialism is, and like, and this is like also like very much up for debate for like a lot of people. So like what I think like socialism is like maybe for everything, but like a cartel usually, and again, as other you're like part of like Edward Bernstein or whatever, like of that group. I don't think that many people would say that a cartel is socialist. Like it could, like the interesting part is like even if it were socialist, the like problems of like them having a lot of power over a lot of people that don't have a lot of power and are like basically like the weaker part in this, like would like because like we are like still like moving through like a capitalist system, would still make it terrible. I forgot some things again, like would still make it like not very something like would still like bring its problems with it. These won't go away just because like it's socialist. Like you're still part of like a larger like world, and that's like the like stupid saying, right? Like we live in a society. Like even if you do something that's socialist, even if you run a co-op, like you can run a co-op, that's perfectly fine. And like if I ever were to like do something where like it would work with like other people like on a longer basis or whatever, yeah, it would probably be some kind of like cooperative things with shared ownership and all that, because I have absolutely no interest in becoming a manager. None at all. Like this is like would be the worst, like in general, like also like the worst thing like to happen to me, because like I'm not good at this. Like I can organize myself and it's all good, but I'm also like a very fickle person and sometimes very like prone to like have one idea and then the other one the next time, and I don't want to delegate people, because like this kind of mode of thinking is like a way to like hell, like for everyone involved. Look at Steve Gaynor. Pretty sure like that he's kind of like an okay person, but very it seems to be he's very terrible to work with. And maybe he should not be a manager, like, and never should have been a manager, but like, because that's how capitalism works. When you're like, if a company, suddenly you are like the boss of everyone, and that makes like interacting with you like and all that completely different, because there's like a power difference there. Like, and of course, yeah, you can do like a cooperative, and that's fine. Like, co-ops are good and all that, but still, you are still existing within capitalism. And your cooperative can only do so much. Like, you are still, again, you're still prone or like required to operate within a capitalist framework. You're still required to like sell on a market that has no regulations to it, and all that, and are like forced to like respond to whatever this market does. Like, and this might end up with like your cooperative like doing some very shitty things. Okay, cool. I think I placed the wrong door. Yeah, I placed the wrong door. These open only when you're coming from the right. I'll get there. Oh God, it's almost 8 p.m. What am I doing with my life? I have to go for a walk, and I also have to eat dinner. This is such a giant mess. Like, this is so long. Well, like, oh God, 5 hours. This is, I think, the longest I've ever streamed. Note to self: don't do these, like, don't build these levels online, like while streaming. This is like just takes too long. Honestly, if I wouldn't be streaming, I probably would have stopped. Like, if I'm perfectly honest. But like, I don't, again, like I'm streaming and like I don't want to like leave something in the middle of it, because then I would have to stream the next day or whatever, and I don't want to do that. So anyway, so yeah, you can have a co-op and all that. And that's also like the problem. Like, you're still like forced to like operate under this, and you can alleviate some of this, like, but like not completely. You can't escape capitalism on your own. Like, the only way we can escape capitalism, and that's like now, like, here comes the preaching or whatever, but like the only thing really we can escape this is like together, like all of us, and not okay, like us, like 20 of us, we build a commune somewhere in the woods, and there's no capitalism, because that also won't work. Like, because capitalism will find you and will like envelop you again, even if you're like completely isolated. This will keep happening until like it's gone, because that's how it operates. Like, it needs to find new markets. What do you think happens if you like, if you can manage to like live in the woods for like 30 years in your commune, or like let's say 100 years, while capitalism still happens? What do you think like happens once they find you? Oh, they're going to try to colonize and like capitalize off of you, like, and sell you stuff, and like privatize your land and your resources and all that, because that's what capitalism does, always. Like, no matter like what you do, like, unless it's completely destroyed, it will come back and will like do whatever it wants. And like, so you can do your co-ops and all that, but if that's like basically, oh yeah, I did a co-op, cool, capitalism is over, I'm not going to like bother with anything else anymore because I did my thing, I escaped capitalism, then like nothing will change. And that's the problem. Like, this isn't like something where I think like, oh, and I'm perfect. Nope, I'm definitely not perfect in that regard. Like I have like my desire, like, I also want to escape capitalism. I would really like to just like have enough money and then fuck off somewhere like into like a forest with a small home, and just like not like have to talk to anyone ever again aside from my family, maybe. That would be cool, and never have to like deal with any of this bullshit anymore, like having to look at the news. That would also kind of be like me escaping capitalism, right? But like, and I think I could live that way and be fairly like satisfied with things, but like that wouldn't change things. Like, the oceans would still like rise. What did I do here? And I also forgot to place ladders. This is never going to get done. It's so great. I can't even see what happens there, because like, let's remove all of the background so that I can see what the fudge went wrong here. Okay, where is like the I think it is like it's one of those here. Here, yeah, good. Okay, now I can place. I also forgot, like completely forgot, that this level needs some letters. Let's use these. What's this? Oh, I know what's this. Well, that's fine. I was just like confused for a second, as I am all the time. Okay, let's put the backgrounds up again. I swear at some point we'll get through this. Okay, let's do this again. Let's start a timer. I'm not going to like dig out live split or whatever. I do have it somewhere on my PC. Maybe not on this one. Yeah. So, as I said, like this, like even if like they were like these publishers were like completely dissolved themselves and everyone in there had like shared ownership and all that, it would still not be like a good thing for smaller game makers. Still. And that's like where my main concern is. Like, it's not like, frankly, I don't give a shit if like one of these publishers goes under. Like, sure, it's bad. Like, it's probably also bad for like if this happens, like when like for the people who are getting like money from them and all that. But my problem is with people who are doing incredible work like really, really cool, like creative and experimental work, but that can't exist like in a larger scale in this space, because like the only way to exist like in video games for a longer time is to make money with them. And sure, you can be like a hobby developer, and if you want to do that, that's fine. But I'm always thinking about like people who would really like to make something bigger, and something really big and out there and strange and cool, but can't, because like how would they ever be able to pay for it? Again, I'm in like this like weird like position where the welfare office pays for all of this to some degree. They don't want to pay for this. They still do, but they will like do their best to like find something else for me to do. I'm like, I have another appointment in a few weeks with them. Like this is it'll be fun. Like really, like having to explain to them, yeah, no, definitely, I'm definitely not going to like do anything like in the next like few weeks, because I'm going to be very busy until like the mid-October, like at least, probably for the rest of the year. So nope, nothing. Like I'm not going to go into any like, this is how you apply for a job training or whatever, because I don't want to do it, and also I don't have the time. Anyway, so like, I'm this is why I can like do shit like this, and don't have to think about like marketability and all that. And this is like also like a problem, like having to sell your video games and that being your only avenue to like keep existing in this space and like making like larger projects and all that, and spending longer time on these projects as well, means you have to think about, okay, how am I going to sell this to people? You have to think about that. And then you like, for example, like stumble over things like, okay, the like basically platformers, like even the ones that do good on Steam, basically don't earn any money at all. Like just like as a thing, that's like a number I saw recently, which makes me very much reconsider I keep doing platformers, because like this like is like extra hard mode, because on Steam nobody cares about platformers, and aside from that, most people still don't care about platformers. Publishers don't care about platformers, like usually. Again, like Pixar platformers are kind of like a walking joke to some degree, despite them being like fairly difficult to make. But yeah, that's a bit of a problem, right? And then you have to think about, okay, what genre is like more marketable, and like what the flying fuck is wrong up there? I think I forgot to like do a background up there. It's like there's so much broken here. It's amazing. Okay, that was like 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see, and I got through it like fairly quickly. Wow. Okay, this is like much larger, like by a lot. So the previous Clockwork Pit level, took 1 minute and 32 seconds to complete. It's now at 4.5 minutes, so 3 minutes longer. Sure, I'm probably able to, and also like this did not include the boss fight, like that amount. So it might be like a bit lower, like I don't know, like 4 minutes, like. But still, like, this is still a good minute longer than the other level is or was with the boss fight. So that's kind of I may have overdone it, but it feels good to play. So, yeah. I'm a bit concerned about the length of the like second like part, because that's like a lot of space you have to like traverse until the checkpoint. So we'll have to see. But anyway, I'm done. I'm so done today. This is like 5 hours. Okay, I took some breaks and I made bread. Oh God. Anyway, thanks for like watching me ramble, I guess. Please wishlist GB Robo on Steam. You can see what cool levels it will have. Like, they are going to be bigger and with more explosions and partially much harder, because that's what the people want, I guess. Maybe. And again, like, there will be an option to play shorter levels. I will do that because not everyone has like all the time in the world, and maybe someone wants to have like a shorter experience. Anyway, I hope you have a nice rest of the weekend. I'm going to have dinner and then I'll go for a very long walk. And yeah, anyway, see you soon and have a good one. Bye.